ukuthi like ngizobona ngane sokuthi kumele sokuyilapho yabo medical student student course at least bazosho bona ukuthi like oh not like wonke okay. Oh, since amalungu ane 3 amavini so okay lokho ngifuna uku-understand kusimple yes.
My laptop amasha lawo. How you doing? Oh, good. Okay. Okay, not a problem. Hi, Grant, what's up, John?
Think of the FYE as your personal roadmap to success at UKZN. We're focused on creating an environment where every student feels they belong and where you can develop the skills to excel academically, personally, and socially. Together, we'll dive into topics like academic skills development, student wellness, financial literacy, global citizenship, and sustainability awareness. This isn't just about This will be through extended orientation sessions, academic advising, weekly seminars, and mentorship. Trust me, you will find your footing and make lasting connections. As UKZN, we celebrate every student's unique learning style and emphasize inclusive, interactive learning where you get to be an active participant. To make things even more engaging, our first year experience program incorporates innovative technology. You'll have access to digital content and activities you can complete at your own pace, complemented by face-to-face mentoring and peer support.
If you are a first year student at UKZN, you should definitely join the first year experience program. Reason being is you get assistance with anything that you have problems with. It's a fun experience. You get to make different bonds in groups with different other first years. And basically you can actually make friends for life during the 4 years of your study.
For a person who's new in UKZN, I would actually encourage them to join the first year experience because he would be shed into light. Unlike me, I neglected the thing, I neglected the program, and he will be shed to light in a very adequate manner because the things that, the mistakes that we do academically in school are because we were not told on how we should maneuver around the institution and the system. And so the program, it enlightens us about a lot of things about the institution itself besides academics. And so those sort of mistakes could be hindered and you could actually be a much better person faster than actually me because I was shed into light in my 4th year. But I guess someone who's new in UKZN would be a much bigger person and a much better person if he started the program at the first year.
If you are a first year student, I highly recommend that you join the first year experience program. I was once a first year student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and I found it a bit challenging to navigate in my first year at university. So I would encourage all first year students to actually join and participate in the program.
At UKZN, we're committed to your success and well-being. So, are you ready to start this journey to inspire greatness? Well, let's make your first year a year to remember, and together, let's shape your future today. Hey, welcome to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I believe you're ready to kick off an unforgettable journey. So let me take you through how that journey starts. Our first year experience program, or FYE, is here to help you make a smooth transition from high school to university life. Through a range of carefully designed programs, we'll introduce you to the UKZN community, from understanding your academic structure and student services to exploring everything campus life has to offer. Think of the FYE as your personal roadmap to success at UKZN. We're focused on creating an environment where every student feels they belong and where you can develop the skills to excel academically, personally, and socially. Together, we'll dive into topics like academic skills development, student wellness, financial literacy, global citizenship, and sustainability awareness. This isn't just about learning. It's about growing as a person, setting goals, and building the foundations for your future. With our transition teaching methodology, we'll help you to develop critical learning skills and social confidence. Okay, I assume you're wondering what kind of support we'll have, right? This will be through extended orientation sessions, academic advising, weekly seminars, and mentorship. Trust me, you will find your footing and make lasting connections. As UKZN, we celebrate every student's unique learning style and emphasize inclusive, interactive learning where you get to be an active participant. To make things even more engaging, our first year experience program incorporates innovative technology. You'll have access to digital content and activities you can complete at your own pace, complemented by face-to-face mentoring and peer support.
If you are a first-year student at UKZN, you should definitely join the first-year experience program. Reason being is you get assistance with anything that you have problems with. It's a fun experience. You get to make different bonds in groups with different other first years. And basically, you can actually make friends for life during the 4 years of your study.
For a person who's new in UKZN, I would actually encourage them to join the first year experience because he would be shed into light. Unlike me, I neglected the thing, I neglected the program, and he will be shed to light in a very adequate manner because the things that, the mistakes that we do academically in school are because we were not told on how we should maneuver around the institution and the system. And so the program, it enlightens us about a lot of things about the institution itself besides academics. And so those sort of mistakes could be hindered and you could actually be a much better person faster than actually me because I was shed into light in my 4th year. But I guess someone who's new in UKZN would be a much bigger person and a much better person if he started the program at the first year.
If you are a first year student, I highly recommend that you join the first year experience program. I was once a first year student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and I found it a bit challenging to navigate in my first year at university. So I would encourage all first year students to actually join and participate in the program.
At UKZN, we're committed to your success and well-being. So, are you ready to start this journey to inspire greatness? Well, let's make your first year a year to remember, and together, let's shape your future today. Hey, welcome to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I believe you're ready to kick off an unforgettable journey. So let me take you through how that journey starts. Our first year experience program, or FYE, is here to help you make a smooth transition from high school to university life. Through a range of carefully designed programs, we'll introduce you to the UKZN community, from understanding your academic structure and student services to exploring everything campus life has to offer. Think of the FYE as your personal roadmap to success at UKZN. We're focused on creating an environment where every student feels they belong and where you can develop the skills to excel academically, personally, and socially. Together, we'll dive into topics like academic skills development, student wellness, financial literacy, global citizenship, and sustainability awareness. This isn't just about learning. It's about growing as a person, setting goals, and building the foundations for your future. With our transition teaching methodology, we'll help you to develop critical learning skills and social confidence. Okay, I assume you're wondering what kind of support we'll have, right? This will be through extended orientation sessions, academic advising, weekly seminars, and mentorship. Trust me, you will find your footing and make lasting connections. As UKZN, we celebrate every student's unique learning style and emphasize inclusive, interactive learning where you get to be an active participant. To make things even more engaging, our first year experience program incorporates innovative technology. You'll have access to digital content and activities you can complete at your own pace, complemented by face-to-face mentoring and peer support.
If you are a first year student at UKZN, you should definitely join the first year experience program. Reason being is you get assistance with anything that you have problems with. It's a fun experience. You get to make different bonds in groups with different other first years. And basically you can actually make friends for life during the 4 years of your study.
For a person who's new in UKZN, I would actually encourage them to join the first year experience because he would be shed into light. Unlike me, I neglected the thing, I neglected the program, and he will be shed to light in a very adequate manner because the things that, the mistakes that we do academically in school are because we were not told on how we should maneuver around the institution and the system. And so the program, it enlightens us about a lot of things about the institution itself besides academics. And so those sort of mistakes could be hindered and you could actually be a much better person faster than actually me because I was shed into light in my 4th year. But I guess someone who's new in UKZN would be a much bigger person and a much better person if he started the program at the first year.
If you are a first year student, I highly recommend that you join the first year experience program. I was once a first year student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and I found it a bit challenging to navigate in my first year at university. So I would encourage all first year students to actually join and participate in the program.
At UKZN, we're committed to your success and well-being. So, are you ready to start this journey to inspire greatness? Well, let's make your first year a year to remember, and together, let's shape your future today. Hey, welcome to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I believe you're ready to kick off an unforgettable journey. So let me take you through how that journey starts. Our first year experience program, or FYE, is here to help you make a smooth transition from high school to university life. Through a range of carefully designed programs, we'll introduce you to the UKZN community, from understanding your academic structure and student services to exploring everything campus life has to offer. Think of the FYE as your personal roadmap to success at UKZN. We're focused on creating an environment where every student feels they belong and where you can develop the skills to excel academically, personally, and socially. Together, we'll dive into topics like academic skills development, student wellness, financial literacy, global citizenship, and sustainability awareness. This isn't just about learning. It's about growing as a person, setting goals, and building the foundations for your future. With our transition teaching methodology, we'll help you to develop critical learning skills and social confidence. Okay, I assume you're wondering what kind of support we'll have, right? This will be through extended orientation sessions, academic advising, weekly seminars, and mentorship. Trust me, you will find your footing and make lasting connections. As UKZN, we celebrate every student's unique learning style and emphasize inclusive, interactive learning,
thank
where you
very
get to be
much.
an
We are about to begin. Sorry. All right, thank you for being quiet. Everyone, you're looking good. I think you should give yourself a very good big hand. All right, what a privilege, colleagues, as we end the year. Would like to actually welcome you to the University of KwaZulu-Natal 11th Annual Academic Monitoring and Support Colloquium. Thank you very much for making time for such an important day today, where we sit, listen, discuss, reflect, and also take actions as we co-create the knowledge together. Professor Hoskins will come here to do the official welcome, but I would like to give a special welcome to our keynote speakers. In front of me, Professor Sidney, as well as Professor John Gardner. Amongst us colleagues, we are blessed to also have our two DVCs, Professor Mkize, DVC, College of Humanities, and Professor Msibi, DVC, Teaching and Learning. Sizizwela Sibakhulu Bosolwazi for your presence today. I also want to welcome Professor Hoskins, the Dean Teaching and Learning and College of Humanities, and all the deans that are present, as well as the management that is present here, and all distinguished guests and participants, and everybody that has contributed to the success of today. So we are going to start our program. I do advise you, encourage you to familiarize yourself with the program. The first session is happening here in this venue, and then around 11:15, we'll then have a break, and we come back here for the second keynote address, and thereafter we'll then have the concurrent sessions that will happen in different venues. So we will inform you around that time. So colleagues, if you need bathrooms, it's just on the corridor on the right-hand side, I'm told. Thank you very much for being here. I'm now going to ask Professor Hoskins to come in front. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Kumalo. Welcome everybody to the 11th UKZN AMS Colloquium, which has been hosted by the, I always say the Blue College, the College of Humanities. A particular welcome to all our in-person delegates as well. We've had 275 in-person registrations for this colloquium. We've also want to say a special welcome to all our online delegates. We've had 132 people register for the online participation. And in particular, we want to really welcome the delegates who are representing the other South African higher education institutions at this AMS Colloquium. Special welcome to our two keynote speakers. I know I've had an opportunity to engage them, and we are really looking forward to an inspiring address from both of them. So the college is proud to actually host this 11th Academic Monitoring and Support Colloquium. And the theme for the colloquium, Student Voice as a Contributor to Student Support and Success, foregrounds UKZN's commitment to place our students at the center of the educational journey to success. Student voice relates to student agency or giving students a say in their education, and thus is important for empowering and engaging students. Students' voices in higher education are included in various ways, ranging from feedback on learning experiences to involving students in curriculum design and including their presentations or their representations in decision-making processes. The UKZN Academic Monitoring and Support Policy, which we've recently revised, mandates that we monitor and support students through various interventions to enhance student success. So there are three conceptualizations generally, and there are others, but these are the main ones, of student voice in the design, implementation, and review of student support programs and interventions at an institutional level. Students as partners, as producers of new insights or knowledge, and as change agents in higher education. And these conceptualizations apply to the South African context as well as the University of KwaZulu-Natal's academic monitoring and support programs run throughout all four of our colleges. And these interventions are aimed at enhancing student success. And these interventions include the recently launched Holistic First Year Experience Program, our academic advisors, or our ADOs as they're known, our supplemental instructional team, our writing places, our peer mentorship programs, including wellness and the FYE, and our student counseling support programs, to mention only a few. The international keynote speakers for the colloquium, Prof. Sid Nair and Professor John Gardner, are international experts in student voice and the FYE. Both are seasoned academics with a wealth of knowledge in these areas, and their addresses highlight the importance of student voice and an FYE program in contributing to student support and success. The pre-colloquium workshop conducted yesterday by Prof. Nair provided insightful, practical ways of how we, in this space, can improve and foreground student voice using data. The papers presented at the colloquium recognize students' voices through their evaluations of their educational experiences, including processes which the institution listens to student voices to drive change and student satisfaction. For the first time, papers from other South African institutions will be presented at the colloquium, enhancing student engagement research as measures of student experience at a national level. A balance of presenters ranging from academic teaching on the mainstream curriculum and senior peers who are mentors in the AMS programs at UKZN will share their research or reflection and their practice on foregrounding student voice as contributing to support and success. Above all, the colloquium will allow delegates to network in person and online at a colloquium that promises a thought-provoking understanding of the value and importance of student voice in contributing to student support and success. I thank you.
Another big hand for Professor Hoskins. You see now, I came with my own assumptions. I've greeted so many colleagues here, and I think that everybody knows who Samo is. By the way, I'm Samgelswe Kumalo. I'm the program director for the day. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Hoskins, for the warm welcome and also for giving us the context about the business of the day. Colleagues, we are going to move forward are going to have our DVC, Professor Mkize, who's going to give us the official opening. A very big hand for Prof.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu umphathi ohlelo Professor Solwazi Khumalo ngenkulu intobeko ngamukela zonke izivakashi zethu bonke abahambele lo mcimbi ikakhulukazi I want to welcome in a special way our DVC of the College of Humanity. Rerouting now, I'm rerouting. Okay. I want to welcome in a very special way our DVC of Teaching and Learning, Professor Thabo Msibi. I think he introduced this era this morning when he introduced me to Professor Sydney. He introduced me using his own title. And now in beginning my own presentation, I'm using my own title, which means that is under Ziakeza. No. Okay, thank you, colleagues. I also want to welcome all the delegates in this conference, those who are attending in person, as well as those who are attending using virtual platforms. We welcome you in a very special way to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Most importantly, our Dean of Teaching and Learning, who has been instrumental in organizing this conference. Thank you very much, Professor Hoskins, and the entire organizational team behind the scenes. Our keynote speakers today, Professor Sydney and Professor Gardner, a very warm welcome to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we are looking forward to engaging with you today. It's my pleasure again to welcome all of you in this colloquium hosted by the College of Humanities of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where we embrace the theme of student voice as a contributor to student support and success. As we gather the powerful role of student voices, I am reminded of the isiZulu proverb, izandla ziyakezana, which means that no single hand can take the full responsibility of cleansing itself. Similarly, in the context of higher education, gone is the time when it was thought that students are vessels in which we deposit information. And when the vessel is full, you are fully learned. In this day and age, it is a joint responsibility of the academics and all the support systems, but with the student at the center of learning, more so in this context of so many innovative technologies. Therefore, here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we recognize that student voices are not mere echoes, they are potent forces of insight, strength, and transformation. Every voice raised, every idea shared contributes to shaping our collective journey. This annual colloquium brings together student voices, the voices of student support practitioners, academics, students, and researchers, where we reflect on our experiences, challenges, and achievements in our mission to elevate student success. Our work contributes directly to strengthening student retention, enhancing learning experiences, and nurturing each student's potential. The aim is clear: to make each voice heard and valued so that it helps shape the very structures that support our students' journeys. The concept of student voice in higher education is layered and intricate. It challenges us to consider how voices are received and interrogates whose voices become part of the academic fabric and whose voices remain on the margins, which voices are amplified and which are lost in silence. What structural or cultural barriers, whether linguistic, institutional, or otherwise, prevent all voices from being recognized? The idea of voice, ladies and gentlemen, is very, very critical. The ability to articulate one's point of view, the freedom to utter something, and in so doing, shape the very world that is at the same time shaping you. So we cannot really underestimate the value of having student voices at the very forefront of higher education. We are here not only to listen, but to act upon what we hear. When students are engaged as partners and co-creators of knowledge, their insights help us refine our programs, policies, and support systems. Whether through our academic monitoring and support programs, the first-year experience, or new initiatives yet to come, we commit to creating a future where student voices are integral to our institution's identity and progress. We believe that empowering students to be architects of their educational experiences is a step towards creating a transformative and inclusive learning environment. To those joining this important discussion, we extend our deepest thanks. Your participation enriches this colloquium and contributes to a shared tapestry of wisdom that will guide our academic and support strategies for years to come. In voicing our experiences, reflections, and ideas, we collectively chart a way forward towards student-centered success. Again, let us remember our beginnings. We began with the understanding that this is a collective journey of core construction. Higher education, learning in general, is no longer a process whereby you are here to be shaped by somebody, but you are at the very center of teaching and learning as students. And in as much as we are here as your teachers, educators, we are in the process being transformed by what you bring to the academy. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome, and may the conversation begin in earnest. Thank you.
A very big hand of applause for Professor Mkhize. Siyabonga kakhulu solwazi sizwile nangezandla ukuthi ziyagezana. Thank you very much, and thank you for reminding us about the importance and grounding the importance of the student voice. Colleagues, please join me by welcoming Professor Msibi, DVC, Teaching and Learning, who's going to give us the message from University of Teaching and Learning Office. A very big hand.
Program Director, thank you very much. I promise, Kabazela, I won't make the same mistake that we have made this morning. So I want to start by acknowledging you first, the Deputy Vice Chancellor and the Head of the College of Humanities, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize. Thank you very much for your exceptional leadership in ensuring that this event takes place and for the support that you continue to offer us. Our distinguished guests, the Dean of Teaching and Learning in the college, who's been working very, very hard around the clock to make sure with her team that this event is successful. Our presenters who are going to be presenting this morning, of course, and our keynote speakers have traveled all the way, one from Australia, another from the USA. Very important individuals who are leaders in their fields. We're delighted to have you here for this colloquium. And of course, our attendees, I'm so pleased, I must say, to see so many people here, particularly our students, attending this event. It means a lot. It signals a commitment from the university to support our students, to make sure that they indeed succeed. And of course, it also is an indication from our students themselves that they take this very, very seriously indeed, and they take their academics very seriously indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year is particularly apt, and I want to commend the college for selecting this theme, Student Voice, as a contributor to student support and success. It is particularly more timely given our new strategy, which is not necessarily new already because it's already been a year in place, the new UKZN strategic plan for 2023 to 2032, which centers for the very first time the experiences of students. And so this theme resonates powerfully alongside this strategic plan in the aim of advancing teaching and learning excellence. And as colleagues have already indicated, it's not just about listening to students, but it's also integrating their voices in the process of developing plans, the curriculum, engagement, and of course, it's part of a very essential strategic approach that will ensure that the university thrives and succeeds. Since its inception in 2013, and I want to pay homage or just express our gratitude to the team that started this colloquium. I know Professor Saras Reddy, Professor Danpath, as well as Professor Vita were instrumental. The key focus of this colloquium has been on focusing on student retention. It has been on focusing on addressing high dropout rates. It also has been ensuring that we attend to the low throughput within our institution. More recently, we've also asked the question around employability, because in effect, we want our students not only to get a certificate at the end of their studies, but we want to make sure that they are employable. It's very concerning at times when you see our graduates standing along the side of a robot having a placard saying, I've got a diploma degree from UKZN, please help me find employment. What we're trying to do as an institution is to say, we want to give you, or we want us to work together to be able to get our students not only to be employable, but also to think about the possibilities of themselves being employers moving forward. A key focus, again, within the institution's ambition has been the question of how do we make meaningful decisions moving forward. And so we have decided as an institution that we're going to prioritize data throughout our processes. And so we have established as a result what we call a Student Access and Success Forum, which is chaired by the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Student Services. Hence, its strong alignment to the needs of students and ambition to center students and to center their voices as we move forward. We are, of course, also excited about innovations, some of which are led here by Professor Hoskins sitting in front here, the First Year Experience Program that has been very, very successful in advancing the work of the university, and of course the new innovations around academic advising that we've seen. As we reflect on these successes of this colloquium and we think about what needs to be done moving forward, we also need to keep in mind the effect of COVID-19 in the very programs that we run within our institutions. And I want to just present you with some troubling stats that we are seeing emerging. At the undergraduate level, our graduation rates initially rose from 18% in 2018 to 24% in 2020. COVID happened, and then there was a decline to 17%, lower than the pre-COVID times. Similarly, the dropout rates have increased from 3% in 2018 to 6% in 2023. At the postgraduate level, the graduation rates have decreased from 34% in 2018 to 31% in 2023, and the dropout rates rose from 14% to 18% in the same period. These are very concerning figures, and they are asking us to pause a bit and to think about how we have assisted our students to transition from online learning into contact learning, and how we have continued to assess our students within the institution. It's also asking us about the support mechanisms that we've put in place and whether we are using technology adequately to advance an AMS agenda. I'm encouraged, though, to say that the Vice-Chancellor has established a task team that is exploring the university's use of technology in making data-driven decisions and in improving the entire system so that we're able to monitor the student directly throughout the full span of being a student at UKZN and to put in interventions accordingly. The last point I want to engage on is the issue of mental health, which I believe is something that is becoming extremely serious as we think about the issue of supporting our students within a post-COVID space. We are seeing and are hearing stories of students continuing to commit suicide left, right, and center within our institutions. Of course, we know we've got a very, very, very strong support system within UKZN, and we must be proud of that. But the question is, how much more do we need to do? So as I conclude my remarks, I want to say it's been 11 years of outstanding performance. But perhaps it's time to just pause a bit as we think through what this means 11 years later. I'm asking us whether we cannot think about doing things slightly differently as we move forward. Have we asked ourselves what has changed in the 11 years? Have we formed communities of practice that are transgressive in their nature, moving beyond disciplines, schools, and indeed our colleges? Or do we continue to work in silos? Can we reimagine academic monitoring and support as a transformative space, not just for students at risk, but for students in the middle, as well as students who are high performers? This is a challenge I leave with you today. I know that these are going to be very difficult conversations, but they're going to be successful. I want to thank you for your presence, and I want to congratulate the College of Humanities for a sterling job in coordinating this colloquium. Thank you very much.
Another very big hand of applause for Professor Msibi. Leadership, we really appreciate your presence and also the support that you are giving to us as staff as well as students. And thank you for reminding us about the transition issues as well as the inclusive support, that we don't only look at the one side of the coin, but also we look at both sides of the coin. Thank you very much. We are now going to proceed, and we are lucky to have the entertainment by Ikusasa Lethu Ensemble. Over to you. Ay, lincane lihlombe. Another round of applause. Okay, thank you very much for appreciating. But for the fact that the students that they were dancing here, the African music and the dance, our very own, from the College of Humanities School of Arts. Another very big round of applause. All right, colleagues, I think we are now going to proceed to the keynote address. I will do the introduction for Professor Sednier. And after that, colleagues, you are encouraged to note down your questions or comments. And I'm also encouraging participants online to actually write their comments or questions on the chat. We'll attend to those questions at the end of the address. Professor Sednier is currently the Executive Dean and the Dean of Learning and Teaching and Student Experience at the Victorian Institute of Technology in Australia. In his role, he is responsible for the strategic direction, the learning, teaching, and student experience and quality matters of the institution. So prior to this appointment, Prof was the Executive Director of the Tertiary Education Commission, which is the apex regulatory body in Mauritius. He was also Professor of Higher Education Development at the Centre for Education Futures, University of Western Australia, and Interim Director and Quality Advisor at the Centre for Higher Education Quality at Monarch University in Australia. His research work lies in the areas of quality of teaching and learning, classroom and school environments, and the implementation of improvement from the stakeholder feedback. His current role is to build the capacity of academics in the digital delivery of their teaching. Prof, welcome. Thank you.
Now, if I can move this up a bit, comes known as challenged in terms of height. Let me say something. I think you put me in a hard spot here. There's no way I'm going to beat what I saw here. All right? And I think that's itself actually say the student voice as a contributor to support and success. The success is there. It's actually shown what a school with the resources and with the dedication can produce. That's excellence, all right? And I would actually instead watch that instead of listening to me, honestly. All right, now PowerPoint. So let me give you an introduction. You got the official introduction. Let me give you the unofficial introduction of myself. I call myself the accidental academic. I didn't put up my hand to be an academic, all right? I moved to Canada to work, and I'm actually a trained engineer. And what really happened is when I went into Canada is I applied for what's known as a co-op engineer's position in the college and university systems. I didn't get the position. The vice chancellor over there, they call themselves the president, calls me and said, listen, you come from my university, would you love to teach? And this is my exact answer. Absolutely not. That was 35 years ago, all right? And he basically induced me by saying, come on up, I'll get you a flight up here, free of charge. We'll put you up for the night, everything kind of stuff. I did the interview, went back to Vancouver. At that time, there were no mobiles. As soon as I reached home, my landlord said, there's a phone call for you. I said, you got the job. And what do you think I said to him? I said, let me think about it over the weekend. I actually did that. And the reason I took up the position, and I said I'll take it up for 1 year, because when I migrated, you take any job and you're actually trying to make ends meet. I was a Bata shoe salesman, all right? And I was selling videos as well. So I said, I'll do it for 1 year. 35 years later, I'm still here. And there's a reason to it. I was teaching applied sciences. And what do you think happened in applied sciences? There was a 70% attrition rate. And I said, this is not possible. This is what drove me to this research. Why are we losing 70% of the students? My research work showed, and we demonstrated to that college, that if we actually implement what's known as a transition to university studies in the first semester period, and that's basically telling the students how to learn, how to do their work, our retention went up to 80%. That's amazing. Attrition to 70% to retention to 80%. That was a huge change. So what it tells us is that something is happening in the classroom. And we need to take action. And this is where the student voice comes in. And this title, which was sent to me by the Dean of Teaching and Learning, or the theme of it, was an attraction. But before I forget, I didn't actually forget to thank the 2 DVCs who are sitting here and the Dean for inviting me. This is my 4th trip to UKZN, but I've actually had many trips to South Africa. When I started at Monash University, I used to fly into Monash, South Africa in Joburg many times. So let me start this particular subject itself. I want to know what your thoughts are on student voice. And actually, we had this session yesterday. So I'm actually expanding the section from yesterday. So if I were to ask you, what is the student voice? And we're going into say what, in terms of the advantages, the journey, and basically I want to look at something in terms of data. First of all, if I were to ask anyone in a university setting, most of them, not all of them, if I asked you what do you think is student voice? Anybody wants to shout it out? You don't like speaking. All right, let me do the answering then. What do you think student voice is? The first thing that comes out of your head would be, survey. I got to fill up a survey. Isn't that the case? Isn't that what you think student voice is? The survey gives everybody a voice. Right? No. Well, there's more to it. You're right. So, sometimes you get teacher evaluations. And what do you think teacher evaluations actually, how do they actually use the teacher evaluations? Any clue? In most cases, it's used for promotions. But yet, if you look at the information, it's a lot more information that you can use to tease out what's happening in your classroom. There are other surveys that actually happen. Unit evaluation. There's also the student experience survey. There's survey after survey after survey. And the data is sitting somewhere, whether it's at the central level or whether it's at the school level. But are you utilizing that information? Now, over the 30 years I worked in this area, one of the areas that utilizes this information is marketing. They use the information to show how we're doing well. But behind that information, there's also areas that need enhancement. Are we utilizing that information as such? So let me take you through very, very slowly what I actually think. Student voice is not limited to this, but this is what most of us, all right, in the world of academia, if you may say, when you're actually teaching, actually consider the student voice. But I've been in this field for 30 years, and I've been thinking about this for a long time. I think there's a lot more. And there's a lot of information is already there, which we are not looking at. And one of the ideas of this keynote is to take you through some of the things we found out just by looking at the information that was already available as such. So what do we really know? So I'm going to ask you a very simple question, and this is based on a survey. Student feedback is just a popularity contest. I just want to gain your knowledge about this. To gain good student feedback, all right, teachers should simply make the course easy. How many of you agree? Hands up. Don't be shy. There's no right or wrong answer. Maybe there is a right answer, sorry. How many of you disagree? How many of you abstain? We don't allow in my classroom, for anyone to abstain, all right? So if you look at the seminal work, all right, the answer, no, it is not a popularity contest, all right? It actually shows you what is happening in the classroom. It actually showed that the harder you make a course and challenge the students, they actually appreciate it. All right, and I remember in an undergraduate, I did engineering, right? I did a unit or a subject, and we said it was a bird course. We named it as a bird course. What's a bird course? You didn't have to study. You're guaranteed to pass. It didn't challenge us. And this is where this seminal, what he called research, has yet to be proven wrong. After nearly 50 odd years, 5 decades later, it's still holding. One more question, just to give you a bit of, students learn more in classes where teachers get good ratings. Yes? Okay, I don't see it. I see one hand up, half a hand. What about right on? How many of you disagree? Don't be shy. Now I get less. I get all abstaining except for one and one here answering. That's about it. What does the research show? True. There is a direct correlation of excellent teaching to what happens in the classroom itself. In terms of if you got good rating, you actually have great students showing great results. In other words, your retention is tied into your teaching. I am an example of good teaching. And I was actually talking to Professor Hoskins yesterday. I was a below average student who wanted to do engineering. But I got into engineering and they had a pathway. And in that pathway, I met 2 great professors, one for physics and one for math. And they taught the way they taught math from what I was, which is not a D student, which is a 50%, all right? I went to an A+, a 90+ percentage points in my physics and my maths. So it's the teaching. And I just came out of a conference in Australia where the regulator, the director of the national productivity present to us the data for higher education over the years. And what did they show? The most important factor for productivity in the country is to put the graduates out there. So in other words, the university's role is to teach. And her statement shocked everybody because we were made of academics there who said, she said, I think we got the equation wrong. It should be teaching first, then research. Because one of the roles of university is to help those students you have taken, and you have taken with a promise to help them in their journey to graduate. Once they graduate, they become productive citizens in the country. So there's something for you to think about. And this is my idea where I'm trying to actually turn around what we are talking about here. So let's go through some of the research in terms of, this is literature. So I am a practical researcher. I'm not a theoretical researcher. And I think my boss actually appreciates that because I don't come up with theory. I say, let's do this so that we can get an outcome. So, but let's look what the research actually shows. Student voice, all-encompassing term used to describe the multitude of ways which student voices are heard in the institution. That's the exact definition. But what is the multitude of ways that actually is that heard in an institution? You got surveys, you got focus groups, right? What else is there? Anyone? Interviews, okay, correct, interviews. Anything else? Anybody who attended the workshop, no answers from you? No? Okay. Do I hear something? No. All right, it involves positioning students so they can make active and valuable contributions to decisions and actions that universities undertake. So you're basically, the definition says, get the students involved in whatever decisions you're making. It could be the curriculum, all right? It could be how, in terms of facilities that are there in the particular school or at the university as such. That's what it's actually saying. And this is what consistent in the literature that's actually been out there for the last 5 decades. All right? So it says it refers to the expression of values, opinions, beliefs, and perspectives of individuals and groups, listening and acting on student preferences, interests. All right? And helps students feel invested in their own learning. We all actually agree to this. And both the DVCs have actually stated this is critical. We are doing this. But my question is, always comes back. Surveys, focus group, interviews, that's all? Do we have to wait for the outcome of these to take any action? That's the question I'm asking. All right, so let's keep going. I'm going to try and make you see where I'm going, because I think the whole definition needs to be expanded in terms of what the student voice is all about. So, what are the advantages of student voice? Growth. All right, encourages educators to reflect on their teaching practice. That's acceptable. Well, it should be. I would say it should be because it's not necessary. All right, have you seen, and I've seen this in 30 years, if you got a 5-point Likert scale and I get a 4, where do you think this survey goes, the results go? It goes into my drawer. I've done it. I'm not really interested in what else the student says. I'm not actually going to zero in. But I could. In my 30 years, I've seen 2 surveys on teacher evaluation with a perfect 5 in every single item. If you sit in their class, what is the first thing they do? They concentrate on you as the student. And that's what the whole thing is all about. Let me ask you this question again. What other data is there for me to look at? You. If I'm teaching you in the class, I need to know what you're doing. I need to pay attention to this. And I gave an example of this, which happened in Australia many years ago. Same this thing, we had about 300 students. The student right at the back fell asleep. The lecturer didn't give a damn. He finishes the lectures, he goes. The next lecturer comes in and he sees the student still asleep, goes up there, shakes him. What do you think happened? He actually passed away. He had a medical episode. In other words, you were not paying attention to what was happening. When they interviewed him, he said, well, this is normal, right? Students sleep in class. But sometimes not. There's something else happening in the background. That's the student voice. It's not necessarily those surveys. What's happening in your classroom is another set of data that you have to take a look at it. And you need to be trained in it. And not every academic that comes in with a PhD knows what to do in a classroom, what to look for. And that needs training. And I can tell you this much, if a student doesn't attend and you know you're good students, I have walked up to my student and I say, what happened? I didn't see you in class last week. And the student will say, well, this happened at home. And that's when I say, we need to actually channel them somewhere for their help, because I'm not trained psychologist, for example, but they need that help. All right. We said increase student engagement in institutions, university decision-making leadership. In other words, are they part of committees? Yes, I think most universities actually adopted that. But do they have a say in that? Because some institutions have what's known as a camera session, and your student rep can't be part of the camera session. So in other words, I'm only giving you this amount of the picture that you should be hearing. This is confidential. So whether that is actually working the way it's in university decision, or you only want the decisions that they should be involved in, That is a different issue. Institutional practice, I think this is where it actually comes down to. Student voice must change institutional practices. It's the critical role the information gives you. If you're not acted on it, don't worry about student voice. All right? And I always look at it this way. If I'm going to send my son, my daughters, my nephews, my nieces to a university and make a recommendation, I look at it at the top teaching university. I'm not interested in the research intensive university. I want them to have the attention. I want them to have where their voice is heard and they know what to do to help the students. That's a university in Australia, and it's always been consistently the top rated in student support and student, teaching and learning. It's not Edith Cowan University. It's a university in Western Australia. They take in students, not necessarily of the highest marks, but they get the highest number of graduates coming out. They're doing something, isn't it? And if you go down to the faculty level, and as Professor Hoskins has done, she has actually put in the support mechanisms in place, and that's what works. So, where does it actually start? Where does the student voice actually start in the whole dimension? It is not surveys alone, right? So, what does it really cover? And this is what I'm trying to get at. So let me say, and who are involved and why is it important? So this is my picture after 30 years, all right? Now, don't judge me on the diagram. Not an artist, but it gets there. All right, so let's see. When's the first contact students have with you? First contact is when they call you for information. All right? That's the impression they have. How many of you have taken that information? Is your admission area collecting that information? All right? There was a study that was done here. When they actually collected the information, when we rang up, what was given is not necessarily what was done in practice. So the student was actually given, or students were given a different impression compared to what is actually happening. And that actually becomes an issue. So the data you have not collected there cannot feed back to your organization or admissions or wherever it is that has to put the changes in place. So the information you give out is critical. All right? Because that's the information that the students are going to need if they need the support or they need to be successful as such. That doesn't stop there. So what happens is, you got the study period. What I mean by study period is a semester. They come in, they join, right? That's where all the action takes place. That is where you need to concentrate, yes, but you need all the data from there as well. All right? If you do not have the data, and I will show you you do have the data, this is where they're going to start suffering. But that's not all. As I'm studying what's really happening, before I start studying, I've got orientation. A critical role. Lots of studies out there which actually tell you if the orientation is done correctly, all right, the students have some information. I'll give you a very good example from my institution. The students will say, I didn't know anything about this. And what do you think our response will be? It's on the PowerPoint. I'll show you the PowerPoint. How many of you remember, sorry DVC, when your DVC talks all the points? Tell me that. You don't. But you make it accessible to them. You send them that information after orientation. Here's the link if you need help. All right? And what we did is we put another step in orientation. We put everything on LMS. So when they get into the learning management system, the information is there. So they know where to get it when they want it. Okay? And then, of course, you got access to our student services who respond to them and talk to them as such. And you got lectures and labs. How many of you, I don't know how this works in Australia, in South Africa, you can have lectures and you could be someone actually teaching the labs. And yet, they don't actually align together. And we have had labs which are running 2 weeks ahead of the lecture. So if that's the case, how's the student coping? Where's the data? Has anybody sat into that? Let me expand this in a bit of information. At Monash University, when I was there was a DVC of academia. Once a year, he becomes student for the day. He walks in his jeans, his t-shirt, his cap backwards. He sits at the back in a 300 to 500, what he call a student classroom, and he observes. He comes back with a book of information on what needs to be done to help the students. Because you as a lecturer don't see it, but he's observing independent on what's working, how you're teaching, what's happening with the students. And then at the end of the session, he goes and talks to the students. And I've not actually seen this practiced at any other university where the DVCs goes there for student of the day. But I've seen the University of Otago in New Zealand, where all the DVCs, sorry, I might be putting this on you, but all the DVCs they're required to teach one unit as part of their workload. And the reason they said this is, if you want to hear the student voice, and you do not know what is happening in the classroom yourself, you may not make the right decision. So they actually make sure it's compulsory. And the Vice-Chancellor, mind you, sorry, but the Vice is not here, so I'm all right. The Vice-Chancellor was required to do at least presentations on certain subjects in his discipline at the university. A couple of them in each semester. It's a fantastic idea, the engagement of the senior management to understand when the information is provided, yes, I saw that. Otherwise, it becomes like a distance, the information trying to make senses, and therefore sometimes you make it based on what your resource financing is necessary. Sorry about that. Extracurricular activities, and this is one of them. Geez, fantastic. But what I'm saying to you is, this particular extracurricular activities adds a dimension to the student experience. What data do you have on this? Are you collecting it? Are you encouraging it? Now, I'll show you in the research literature in a second. They've done some work in terms of employability. What they found is, if the student unions play a critical role in developing leadership, and if you can actually get the student union involved and get them trained for leadership roles in different areas, they may be running your bar, your coffee place, whatever it is, that's building. And this is what the extracurricular activities is. You've not actually collected the information, but the research is out there. Graduation. I'm done. I walk out of here. Is that the end of the story? It's not. After graduation, we, at graduation day, actually get the students to fill a survey, the exit survey. And they tell us, and that's the time they really tell us what's right and what's wrong. All right? But then we've actually got, in Australia, we got a national survey that actually runs. The national survey is after graduation, 6 months later, we collect the data independently. And that actually gives us more information on what has worked, what hasn't worked, and what they need in the industry. And maybe that's a system South Africa needs, a national survey, and we get to benchmark. And the benchmarking is not for comparison so that, oh, geez, I'm doing really good compared to what what University of Technology. It's basically to learn. And I think if you're an educational institution, you're here to learn. You're not here to compare yourself with someone else and say how great I am. And that's the idea. And when Professor Hoskins says she's opened this up to the whole of South Africa, and she said, don't be afraid. And I said, I'm not afraid. I'm actually impressed. Because you're not actually holding the information in one institution. That's the idea of education in higher education itself, anyway. So, if you look at it, that's the whole area you need to concentrate, at least when the student is in your presence. The data, and I keep saying data. Not bad, the diagram? Okay, thank you. Okay, so the student life cycle is what you need to pay attention to. All right, and the first year experience is fantastic. But there's a second year experience. And there's a final year experience. And the final year students are what you need to actually help, because they've got 1 or 2 or maybe a handful of units to get across. And some of them are struggling. What are we doing? What's the data that shows that? All right, let me do some research stuff and then we'll get into what I really want to. Please tell me, and I'm running out of time anyway, because I've got a lot of data. Students share their views and what is not working. Fine, I think you understand that. Student voice can result in changes to practice and policy. We all actually aware of that. And student voice can be used to increase student attainment. This is where I'm going. Student voice for attainment. All right? And this is the research I was saying, research on student voice and employability. And this is the research actually shows employers value the extracurricular participation as a means of, distinguishing qualified graduates. And they look at things like, what you have done at the university, as the university put in strategic plans to help these students actually build up their employability skills. All based on student voice research. All right, let me now get into what I believe it is, the expansion of student voice. Student voice is not necessarily the interviews, the focus group, the surveys. So let me just say, define something for it. This is from my institution. Unsatisfactory academic progress is defined as failing to complete 50% or more units enrolled in a study period. Okay, so we're taking this into 3 small programs or 3 courses. And if you look at the data and the students at risk, so these 75, 72, and 77, average of 70 students in each of those courses has failed 50% or more units at the first go, first semester. They are in deep trouble. But something has happened here. We put in a series of steps. This data is based on their performance data. We didn't talk to the students. It's just based on performance data. Something is happening. So we put in a series of intervention steps. As a result of which, you will see that in the following period, if they actually fail another 50%, they're out. They actually get out, kind of stuff. We don't actually, because you have not come in and actually helped yourself with all the support we're given. So there's a 41% passing in the bachelor's program, and in the master's program is roughly about 20%. So we actually saved roughly 4 out of 10 in an undergraduate program, 2 out of 10 in a postgraduate study. So what did we do? Nothing great. Oh, geez, I shouldn't say that. My head might be listening into this, but let me say, it's not rocket science, put it that way. So let's see, what did we do? So if you think about it, with interventions, we had counseling. We counseled every student. We called them in and said, here are the intervention strategies. You must attend lectures, and the lecturers will pay attention to that. We monitor participation online and in class. And this is important data you may not have utilized. We utilize engagement online with our learning management system. If a student has not actually engaged in the first few weeks, we contact the students, what happened to you? Our welfare counselors are empowered to contact them and talk to them. Some say they're working. Others say, interestingly, I didn't even know the course started. So we wonder where they are, but that's a different story. But the point is, then we say, no, you need to actually attend classes, and we pick it up that way, all right? We complete self-learning modules. What we have is, we have modules developed on all our subjects, all right? So you actually can go and learn yourself. So after each lecture, there's a module you go in and actually say, okay, let me try if I can get the answer. And they'll give you the answer. And if you don't got the answer, and they'll explain. I think you're used to that anyway. That's developed right across the world. Attempt final assessment exams, because some of them don't turn up for exams. And we had a great example, a student who did not turn up for exam and sent us a photograph of himself lying in bed in a hospital. And said, all right, where's the medical note? The medical note he gave is from the day after the exam. And he said, so therefore, you fail. Kind of stuff. But what I'm saying to you is, they must attend final exams, and we actually there to support them. And we actually, the student had appendix. So we actually admitted and go through surgery. You would have had discomfort the day before, so he didn't think about having an extra day tagged on. So we were what they call compassionate enough to say, you can actually sit for a special exam, okay? And the other thing we did is, we have learning workshops, and you have that as, I think you term something else, support workshops anyway, all right? We have the workshops. Some are compulsory and some are optional, but it includes the learning skills as well to develop, all right? And regular visits to a learning support advice. So this is your intervention strategy. Those who follow this are the ones who pass. Those who don't follow it are the ones we say bye-bye, because we can't help you. Because they're not there to study, at least because our institution is mainly international students. 95% of them are international students. So if you're not there, the government has policies to say you can't actually extend indefinitely for an international student. For a domestic student, yes, we are much more flexible. Okay, so let's look at another set of data. Progress rates. You have this information, don't you? Are you using that information to find out what's happening in your classroom? So the progress rate is defined as a percentage of actual student load for units of study that are passed to all units of study complete. That means pass, fail, withdrawn in the last academic year or 12 months. So if you look at this, this is the data. 2020, 2021, and 2022. We're doing extremely well, aren't we? 80% right across. But look at the year. 81% is 2020, all right? And the next one in 2021 is 85.1. What do you think these years were? COVID years. To get that kind of result, all right, we had to think ahead in terms of support. And we remember, like you, all of us were online. Total student population was online. So what did we do? We extended our support. So when you throw students in an online environment, and like some of us also in an online, we got no idea how to deal with everything. So there were workshops, there were sessions to teach the lecturers and the academics. Now, this is where we started something which we didn't think will have a dramatic effect, and we still continue today. We call every student at the institution twice in a teaching period. It's made it compulsory, and there's no excuse for any of the welfare counselors. They are required to do it, and I actually get a log on who has been called. And then you see, they tell us what's happening, what's wrong. That support mechanism is where we found out what worked, what did not work, and what they needed to survive the COVID years. All right? And that's when we extended our workshops. We extended, assessment times. We extended the lecturer who had to actually be physically present online, not only on fixed time, but when the student requests his or her presence. Our learning support advisor contacts, once the welfare counselor identifies there's an issue, the learning support advisor steps in. So there is a link of support happening. We don't just leave it alone. So the Welfare Council puts a learning support advice then goes in and actually helps the student. And if necessary, gets the lecturer involved. So that's how we actually sustain, and we're still sustaining 80%. And that's because we know what's happening in our classroom. All right, this is an important one. And you all have pass rates. And it's right in front of you. So let me show you what we have. All right? We were looking at pass rates, again, for these 3 courses. All right? The undergraduate course had a pass rate of 66%. Postgraduate courses had a pass rate of 80%. So what is it telling us? It's telling us something is happening at the undergraduate level. Why? What is it the undergraduate level? Why they're actually struggling compared to postgraduate? Any takers? I don't think any takers always here. All right. No wonder the workshop we had to do that way. Okay, if you look at it, this is the breakdown. And I was asked this question by, I think, a gentleman this morning. I think he's sitting right at the back there. How do you actually get information? We look at time series information because it tells us something. If you look at this and you look at the data, in 2024 semester 1, we had pass rates of the masters. M is masters, all right? The M at 91% and MBA, which is 89%. But our BITS, which is the Bachelor of Information Technology System, had about 70% pass rate. In 2023, in semester 1, we had the same kind of effect, but we were doing much better in postgraduate, but not that great in undergraduate still. So the data is already there. Now this was presented to the council. And the council chair is a person who has the background in education. He said, do you think there's anything to do with any other factor, such as gender, or is it year level, or is it something else? So we did further investigation. This is what came out. Year level. Take a look at it. Year 1, our pass rates are 67%. Year 2 goes up to 70%, and year 3 is 80% and up. What it tells us is the students in first year were struggling. Once you get past that hurdle, they know what's really happening. So we went further. And this is data. The structure of the bachelor's program is you got foundation units and you got core units. And when we drill down, and if you take a look at these results, and let me just pick one unit, the first one, ITS 1001. You have IC. IC means incomplete. And incomplete means the student may not have sat for the exams, may not have even handed in assessments as such. All right? And an F grade is an F grade, regardless. But what we came out was that there were 4 units, and the 4 units were the foundation units, because when students come in, they can be transferring, they got credits for others. They were not having difficulty with core, but they're having difficulty for the foundation units, which tells us these students who are coming in for the first time have to do the foundation, have adjustment problems. They were international students. All right, so the very ask of the council is that there must be something else happening. When we went back to the data, started dissecting it to the level we could understand what was happening. So the data was there, but we were not looking at it. Now, what did we do with this? All right, we then went into our intervention strategies. And when we analyzed the intervention strategies, there's something known as a default intervention. If you do not attend an interview, because it's not necessarily when you're in stage 1, when you fail 50%, they go into default. We give you all that is listed there. You must attend classes and everything. And then those who attended had personalized. If you look at the data, what was it? The pass rate for those with personalized intervention went up to 78%. So what it told us in the data is we were doing it wrong for first-year undergraduate students who were coming in. We no longer are going to do a default intervention. It's going to be personalized intervention because that's helping them. We're not going to let them take ownership. We are going to take ownership and help them. And what we are going to do is, if you're in teaching and learning, the so-called support and for us to measure success, first thing we said is, enough, we're going to assign good lecturers, the best lecturers. And for all of those in the field, you know the best lecturers they have shown should be teaching first-year subjects. But if you go into your faculty, I can only say this, good luck, because there's going to be pushback because academics who are good researchers and do not want to do, and the good lecturers, they don't want to do first-year units. But yet, the first year, if you can put them in, you're going to have great results. The second thing we're doing we're going to have extra tutorial. This is not part of the curriculum. If you look at it, the way it is all articulated is that you have got number of hours of teaching, number of hours labs, which include tutorial. We are now adding tutorial over only those 4 foundation units. And the students are required to turn up for the tutorial. So we are putting the support mechanisms more to actually, monitor the students. Assignment timings and structure for these 4 units. We found out if the students are having difficulty adjusting, they're going to have difficulty doing the assessment. So we're breaking it down to smaller chunks for them to do. And the idea is you get them across this particular foundation units, they are going to be smooth sailing, most of them are, and design more online enhancement modules. We have enough, but we want to add more, and we will actually, during the tutorial, say, let's go in and do it together. Support, that's academic area. What's the support we need to do? Our welfare counselors now will initiate earlier contact. What we usually do is wait around until about week 4. Now we're going for week 2. For these 4 units only, all right? Workshops and adjustment to university life and understanding mental health becomes compulsory for these guys. It's no longer optional. Because we actually understood they are actually having difficulty adjusting to university life and what they need to learn in their classrooms. And finally, one of the things, all undergraduate students in their first year study period who are in stage 1 are to attend, as I said, the compulsory interview to tailor-make the interventions. These are things that we are going to introduce after the dissection results. So what am I trying to get at? The data was there. So is student voice? That is student voice. That data is telling us the students are having difficulties. It is not the survey that we had to wait for. But let me actually put a twist to this. If you actually look at the student survey, the results are pretty good. So the results are pretty good, our survey results are good, but our performance is not that great. So what's happening? So I think there's a lot of cultural matters here because usually you give respect to your lecturers and that the feedback they give you is a bit more positive than what it should be as such. Let me know when the time's up. Last one is just quickly taking up something from the University of Melbourne. This is University of Melbourne, and it's the link between student voice and the student support itself. So what they did is they collected student voice like we did. But this is actually on their website. They tell the students what they're doing as a result of your feedback. So let's take you through one of them. The first one says connection and belonging. It says developing more opportunities for domestic and international students to interact will build a greater sense of belonging for students. So they're working with faculties and schools to build partnerships, to bring them together. I was an international student. I can vouch for this. When an international student walks in, you look for people from your own country. And then you tend to stick together. And the idea is we now want them to actually mingle and get the so-called, in this case, the Australian experience as such. Now, there's not enough outside spaces to use relaxation. So we're installing more all-weather furniture and seating areas. So if you take a look at it, It's telling you, you've highlighted this, but it's telling you we are delivering this. What I've not put here is, sometimes in some universities, they put a timeline. This will be delivered by semester 1. So the students are aware what's really happening. So you got survey results, informal feedback, all this information is gathered and telling the students, we are listening. And yet, not many universities practice this. And this is at the university level, right? But you go down to the school level has the actions because the data is broken down to the school level. And say, this is what we're doing. So I'm not going to go through everything here, but you can actually take a look at it in terms of, when you get the PowerPoint. 5 minutes, thank you. So, if I'm able to convince you something here, the student voice is no longer the voice you think it was in terms of collecting in just what they're saying. The information is there. Do you have a central unit at the university that looks at this data, tries to understand it, all right, and then come back and say, Professor Hoskins, you have a great failure rate or a great pass rate. I better put it in a positive way, a great pass rate, all right? And tell us what's happening. And I think I'm tying in back to what the DVCs have said. This is the practice that's happening at the institution. It is not isolated. You are supposed to be sharing. There was a discussion yesterday about if you have a good student, all right, and we were to throw the good student from an engineering into humanities, you think the student will survive? The research says absolutely. Because the student actually has the teaching, learning skills to survive no matter what program you put in. And that's the thing we are trying to say. You do have a job here to do. And this is basically from Jack Ma, who's the chairman of Alibaba. In 2018, he said, education is a big challenge now. If we do not change the way we teach, 30 years later, we are in trouble. In other words, the student is just not to attend the classroom. The role has now changed that as a lecturer at the institution, you have a responsibility of making sure that the student is taken care of from entry to the point of graduation. And I can tell you this much, when we have a student who has failed and actually starts passing and graduates, they come back to you and say, thank you. That appreciation is there. I can tell you this much, again, yesterday's discussion, 30 years later, I still get emails from my students saying, thank you. And I sent back to them, I said, there's no thank you, you did the work, I just pushed you. And that's the whole idea about it. You need to be there. I'm sorry for academics who believe that my role is just to teach and I'm done. It's no longer exists in the world if you want the student voice to have success, because you have a supportive role, and you need to be trained in that supportive role itself. So let me do something until it loads. It's actually a video. I like to play this video, but I'm not sure why it's, let me see if it comes up. It's not touch screen. Let me try it a different way. It sometimes works this way. Yeah. I need this to work. Hey, that's feedback. It's a video. It's not loading. What a pity. All right, it doesn't work. Technology at its best, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Doesn't work, so tough. You don't get this. This video is a real old video. It basically tells you that education is where it's a changing dimension itself. You cannot hold on to it. You have a responsibility for it. It's actually flying an aeroplane. I don't know if you've seen the video of flying an aeroplane. They actually build an aeroplane as the plane is actually traveling. And it tells them, And the person who's building it says, this is what I do. And you get a child looking at it and saying, that's what education is about. Moving it along as we need it. And this is what we need to do as educators. I do call myself an educator. I do call myself a practical educator, because what you need to do is change the way you teach, change in way of taking the data, dissecting it, understanding your students. Don't wait for the surveys. It's already there. The information is in your classroom already. Ask your faculty. I might be putting pressure again on the DVC. Ask your faculty to actually give you that information. Here are some of the references in there if you do ever want to actually go in and take the reference. So finally, just to end up, data, data, data. It's there. Use it. That's the student voice. And I like to put this up, as I said, if you have questions, please ask me, all right? And what did I say? Please ask an engineer. They'll be happy to explain everything. I'm an engineer. I'll explain everything. But whether the bridge holds is a different story. Okay? So I'm going to end here, but I hope the message is clear. Let's think differently. This is after 30 years. I only thought about student voice in terms of the survey results and the interviews and the focus group. There's a lot more happening, and we already have that information to do the changes well ahead of time. Okay? Thank you.
Colleagues, that wasn't big enough. Another very big head of applause. Prof, the message is very clear, and thank you very much. And thank you for encouraging us to reflect on our daily practice, and also for unpacking the issues around the student voice. And I think we know more now, and also the importance of data and the use of data. Colleagues, now it's time for Q&A. We have Feruzi on the side who's going to help us with the colleagues and participants that have joined online. So we'll take 3 questions for the first part in a row, and then we'll allow Prof to answer. It can be a question or a comment. We make it short, concise, to the point. Thank you. Over to you. I've already got 1 hand, 2 hands, all right. Okay, 3 hands. I think I'm going to ask, okay, Prof. Amin, you can start. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I just wanted to ask this question. I think most universities recognize their top scholars as well as their top teachers. From your research, what are students saying about who are the good teachers? So not what the institution recognizes from leaders and so on, but student voice about the good teachers.
All right. The most important factor that plays a part in what are the top teachers is the clarity at which you present your lectures. That's number 1. And if you look at the literature that's consistent, they actually say that. The second part is the engagement with the students. These 2 play a part to have the top level academics actually become the great teachers. I'll give you a very good example. This was many years ago. That academic has retired, or it was in Purdue University in the US. He taught physics. To me, physics is a real boring subject. Sorry, any physics lecturers, I'm very sorry about it. But this lecturer had a queue which was a few hundred to actually sign up in his lecture. What was happening in the classroom? He was teaching physics by illustrations, which means he even had a slide on the stage where he would get on and he would actually take pictures of himself coming down, and he'll explain the coefficient of friction. And what was his pass rate? Well into the 90%, because they understood what was happening. So the clarity of explanation is up there if you want to be a great teacher. And that's what the students tell us. And if you look at Student feedback, and I do analysis of the national student feedback, consistent, fantastic teacher, fantastic explanation. And that's what explanation comes out again and again and again. Okay? Did I answer the question? Okay.
All right, thanks, Bob. I think we're going to take two colleagues who have questions and then Paul will answer after that, so respond. I think it's the two here, and then after those two, Paul will respond, and then we'll go to the next round. Thanks.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very engaging. We are noticing a trend in students around non-attendance, particularly post-COVID. Students are engaging their studies in different ways. They're sort of working at the same time. They're juggling a lot of things. But the evidence is also there that they're needing us more than ever, and your discussion talks about the need for that contact, which I totally agree with. How do we as educators that care try and sort of balance this tension between this tendency of students to be remote and also needing us to be present?
Not an easy question, but one of the ways we have looked at it is very simply, we use our learning management system, because if it's remote or blended, we have data in terms of whether you're engaging with the material. And if we do not have the engagement in the material, again, our welfare counselors immediately contact them, what's happening. And then we put them in contact with you to make sure that you actually get in touch with them and understand what the issues are in such a way. But we also have, because it's an online environment, we have fixed times where the academic has to be present online. It's not like you make an appointment. The academic is online at that time every week, regardless whether you come or not. And so that's understood for, that's another support. The other one is they can make an appointment as such. So I think that's the best we can do. Yes, we do have that same problem. Students are not turning up in classes. But we monitor that engagement factor because the lectures are all taped, they're online, assessments are online. If you're not accessing it, something is wrong. You're either, we call it the ghost student, or you're no student. So we rather have the ghost student to become a student as such. So we do those number of contacts on a continuous basis.
Thanks. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the lectures. There is a point you made in the course of the teaching.
Where are you?
I'm here, yes. There are students you observe who are weak, and then you take them through the rehabilitation or the correction, and then after, if they don't show significant progress, you let them go. Now, that's my point. At what point is it justified to let students go? Especially these students who are actually interested. You know, there are students you let go and they go and rejoice and celebrate. But there are students you let go and they go into depression because they actually wanted to learn. And in your institution, for example, you said most of them are international students coming from different backgrounds. Maybe what you're offering in your institution is more sophisticated than the background they have, and they are struggling to cope.
Correct.
You put up a measure to take them back to the correct line, and they are not. It seems not to be working. At what point do you make up your mind? Because I have seen a few times students are let go and they attempt suicide, and they feel worthless, and they feel there is nothing good that can come out of them. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely agree. That's the policy, all right? But there's practice as well. And the practice is we actually meet the students and talk to the students. We find out what's really happening. If you got a legitimate reason, you got personal problems, you are not kicked out, all right? But if you don't have a reason and say, why are you struggling? And we have got response, I've been working full-time. So how are we going to help you if you're going to work full-time? Because you have to do your studies. So it all depends. They were sick. A good example is that because many of the students come from countries which have cultural links, and when they have problems at home, it affects them. They are not actually kicked out. So we then say, all right, you have one more chance, but we're going to actually help you with our counselors, which will help you cope with your problems at home. So we do have steps in place. The reason we say this is that there is a policy in place because students need to know we are serious that you are here for studies and we are here to help you. And we are putting in steps and you're not actually taking it, then that's something else happening. So we actually have, so we call it stage 2. And our course coordinators and our learning support advisors meet the students on a one-to-one and talk it over before a final recommendation comes and say, we can't help the student. So if you look at it, if you look at the data itself, it would come down to roughly 60% being given another chance, 40% where we have no idea, we couldn't track the students, all right? They never turned up for the interviews, all right? Or they actually said, we are just working, we got no time to study. So there are reasons for it. So I agree with you, but we pay really, really good attention to that, especially on mental health, because the welfare counselors are trained in this area to pick up immediately. I'll give you a very good example. One student rang up and said, I'm going to commit suicide. All right? Okay, we tried to contact the student. The student never answered. And in Australia all we have to do is call the police and say, this student has threatened suicide. The police were at the front of his door. As soon as the police appeared and he said, what's happening? Are you really need help? We're going to take you to the hospital right now. He said, no, I was just bluffing because I wanted to push the institution to give me another chance. So we are serious about this. And I think every institution has to say, think about this. Think of that particular student as your son, daughter, nephew, or niece. Do you want the institution to help them? The answer is yes. But if they can't do it, and we are tied in by the law, we can't even contact their parents. As soon as you're 18, we can't. All information is confidential to that student. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Colleagues, in the interest of time, I will take only one question for now because we're about to go to the break time. Only one hand. I'll take...
Right there. She's at
all
the
right,
mic.
okay.
She had
all
the
right.
mic anyway.
So we'll do, because there is a colleague online, and I will say it will be one. I'm sorry, I'm changing now, but because I'm a product director, I can do anything.
Yes.
All right, so I will take one question and one from online, and that will be the end of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, professors, and thank you for such a wonderful sitting. I'm a student. I've been a student before. I never had such an opportunity to listen to this good thing. When we came at the university, coming from the disadvantaged schools, I remember Professor Mkhize was still a lecturer when I joined the university. Sir, for us, what we did, I can see you coming up with lots of good stuff as teachers. You are showing commitment that you want to assist us as students in making sure that we achieve what we want to achieve. Prof. Mkhize spoke about inclusive and transformative teaching. It doesn't only talk about the teachers or the lecturers themselves. It also talks about us as students. In order to make sure that we make this thing successful, we as students, we have to be committed. We have to do a SWOT analysis. We need to look at our strengths and our weaknesses.
Correct.
We need to be smarter in terms of our objectives, what we want to achieve. Prof. Msibi spoke about we must be employable and be willing to be employed. It takes a lot of guts to do that. You may give us information and send it to us, but if we are not committed and if we don't know, if we've got no willingness, and if we do not participate in structures like you have suggested before, we need to to have the community of practices like Professor Msibi had mentioned. In our past, there was no such. You look for yourself what to do. We went to DSLT where we have different races of students. We had different races sitting in front, sitting in the middle, sitting at the back, and the lecturer or teacher would decide that I want to go and teach at the back. So this time around, colleagues, it's the opportunity to have the willingness to commit ourselves to identify our own problems and seek the help. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comments.
One question online. Please, Seb, can you summarize it, Feruze, for us? Thank you.
Thanks so much, and thanks, professors. Online, there is a very serious discussion going on, and there is millions of questions, but we are going to just summarize them by...
Only one, Feruze.
Just asking, why do students come to university?
Why do students come to university? Good question. Listen, I think the question basically means the university, to me, is a stepping stone to get the skill set for employment. All right? And I think that's why they're coming in, because if you look at the data, and I'm going to go back to the Australian data in terms of productivity, every job 20 to 30 years from now will require, in Australian context, every 8 out of 10 jobs will require a degree or a qualification. And the qualification, when we say, is not necessarily degree, it can be in a dual sector where you get a vocational qualification. So it's a requirement. And that's why they're coming in, because industry is not going to employ you if you don't have the skills. The same thing if you and I are here because you got the qualification to get, you have the experience and qualification to get the information across to your students. If you don't have it, you're not going to be employed here as well. So that's why you come to a university. Get the attributes and the skill sets that are required by industry. Okay?
Right, a very big hand of applause for Prof. Prof, thank you so much. Thank you. Please wait.
Prof, thank you so much for the clear words on how we improve as an institution when it comes to looking at student success. We have to undergo this paradigm shift when it comes to how we're utilizing the data we already have. And that data we have, and it must be used to improve on how we deal with student success here at UKZN. So thank you so much on behalf of all of us, on behalf of the DVCs, Prof. Mkize, Prof. Msibi, on behalf of all our staff working in the mainstream lecturing programs, on behalf of all our AMS mentorship, FYE, writing place, all the interventions that we put in place. We want to thank you so much for all the inspiring words. And so on behalf of us, we want to just give you a small token of appreciation.
It's at least 2 kilograms.
Yes, it's two more kgs to put in that long trip home. Yes. So thank you so much, Prof. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, it's now time for comfort break, tea break, and we are going to start 5 minutes past 11 on the dot. Tea is on the deck outside, and yeah, we'll resume. Same venue, 5 minutes past 11. Thank you so much.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here with you. I'm John Gardner, and I understand I'm the only thing that is sitting or standing between you and lunch.
thatha umthwalo ushone khona lendlela inameva lendlela inameva lendlela inameva wena noma kungelula wena thatha umthwalo ushone khona lendlela inameva lendlela inameva lendlela inameva wena noma kungelula wena thatha umthwalo ushone khona lendlela inameva lendlela inameva lendlela inameva wena
Colleagues, we've just got only 1 minute. If you can settle down, thank you. All right, colleagues, while we are waiting for some colleagues to settle down, I'm encouraging you to take note of the 3 QR code here on, right? So there is one for the website and the other one for the program and the third one, evaluation form. So I am informed that all the presentations will be uploaded on the website. And before we start with the next presentation, so you are encouraged to post your comments, questions on the live feed for UKZN YouTube. We do not have the live question and answer. So we are now proceeding to the second keynote address by Professor John Gardner. I'm going to start by introducing Prof first. Thank you for being quiet there at the back. Prof John Gardner is an educator, university professor and administrator, non-profit organization founder, author, public speaker, consultant, public intellectual and thought leader, change agent, student retention specialist, first year sophomore, transfer and senior year students advocate, and initiator and scholar of multiple undergraduate education reform movement. He serves as a founder and executive chair of the John N. Gardner Institute for Excellence in Undergraduate Education. The institution was founded by Prof. and his wife, Betsy O. Barefoot, in 1999. So, colleagues, this is a recorded video. As I've said in the beginning, that you are encouraged to post your questions, comments on the live UKZN YouTube. Thank you very much.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here with you. I'm John Gardner, and I understand I'm the only thing that is sitting or standing between you and lunch. The last time I heard what the schedule was, this recording was going to be shared with you late in the morning, and it was decided some weeks ago that instead of my doing this at 4:30 in the morning, that I should do this and pre-tape it, and that way I could actually do something slightly longer. I can have 30 minutes from the gods who plan your meeting here instead of 20. So I want to thank Professor Ruth Hoskins and Sharmia Rama and William Dawson, who have been working with me over a number of Zoom meetings and documents exchanged to give me the context for the work that is going on at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And I am pleased to be a part of this. And what I'm going to do then is I'm going to give you approximately 30 minutes of information and I hope inspiration to connect to the work you're doing to make more students successful at the university. And, in a phrase, I'm here to share a belief that you matter, you individually, and that I want to connect what I do with you this morning to how you could matter even more, because your work would matter even more. And that is work, yes, for your university, but also for your country and your continent, and therefore the world. And we're connecting this work that I'm going to talk about to the beginning university experience. And the first year is, of course, the foundation of everything that happens to students for as long as they remained. And, I can rarely say anything in a word, but the word is, this is the foundation. So what do you want the foundation to be? And we know that this is the foundation for everything you want to happen for students. And we also know that it matters much less what students did or didn't do before they got to you. I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't matter as much as what they do once they're with you. Because there are all kinds of experiences that you can and should provide that will greatly compensate for what they haven't had through no fault of their own. And it's up to you, all of you, individually and collectively, to make decisions about what you're going to require all your students to do, and not leave that as an elective or an optional set of experiences that would make them be more successful. Now, you're working for a particular university in South Africa, but that's the most important view of this. But on a larger scale, you are part of a global movement for what we call, in a phrase, student success. And this argues that to be successful in tertiary education, to have the opportunity and to be given the resources and the experiences to be successful, must become a basic human right, like healthcare, that it is part of a global effort to be more sustainable as a society. And it argues that ultimately how sustainable a society is for the majority of its people will be a function of how sustainable your system of higher education is and the extent of your population that you provide not only access, but success in that system. So think of this, it's like the basic right of health care, personal freedom, free speech, early childhood education through access to university education. Okay, now I want to argue, and I'll use my own life to illustrate this, that to do this kind of work, you need to be able to combine what you love to do in serving your students, and surely all of you have something you love to do, or I guess you'd be doing something else. How do you combine those things for the students you have right now at this university, and not for the students you might rather have, or you think you used to have, and you probably did used to have more students in it who might have been viewed by you as ideal if your criteria for admission was more selective, and or that you stop preferring to have students that are more like you think you were yourself when you were a student, because you're a survivor. You're what your students want to be. Somehow you figured out how to cope with this system that was part of your colonial experience that was imposed upon you by other European powers, and that you've emulated to quite a degree. And so really the question now that I know you're trying to sort out is, what do you need to be doing to have a unique and appropriate African higher education experience? And even more in particular, a unique and appropriate South African university experience. Now, from my experience over nearly 6 decades in enhancing institutional efforts to be successful with college students, one of the things that I have found, and in my case, it's the thing that has proved to be most successful, is that if you do some things with beginning college students to make them literally love, that's L-O-V-E, love the university, love being with you, love experiencing what you're giving them and what you're getting them to do, they are going to be more likely to stay, to learn, to graduate, and to thrive. So a lot of my work is literally directed to helping students learn how to love being in higher education and at a particular university. Another frame that I have for my work, and I'd like you to apply this mentally to your own university, is that the results you're getting right now, how well your students are performing or not performing, and who are the students, when you disaggregate your data, who are the students that are performing better than others. The way you're organizing all of that here in late in the year 2024, the way you're doing this is perfectly organized to get the results you're getting right now. And if you like the results you're getting right now, you don't want to change a thing. Because if you don't change the thing, you're going to keep getting the results you get right now. I can promise you that. That's one of the few things, other than death and taxes, and the sun's going to come up tomorrow, as global warming increases. You may not be able to see the sun tomorrow, but we know that you're going to keep getting the results you're getting right now if you don't make any changes. So this is about voluntarily making change. And I would argue that you need to change because you have adopted various elements of a model that was not developed with African students, but there was a model, or multiple models that were created by white Europeans and modified and exported to the African continent. So that's really critical for us to understand. Now, so really I'm asking you to reflect on your story, your institutional story, and its journey to making more students successful in university. All universities have a story. And that's because each of us that make up a university have a story. I was a faculty member for a university that was the 35th oldest university in the United States, chartered in 1801. And believe me, it had and still has a story. And I had to work in terms of that story, and I had to try to modify some elements of that story, particularly after we became a racially integrated research university, which took place in 1965. I wasn't there then, but that's when that happened. And unlike many of the southern white research universities in the southern part of the United States, we were not integrated with U.S. Marshals, U.S. troops. We did so voluntarily and peacefully, and I'm referring to the University of South Carolina. So in keeping with the theme of this conference, I should have quoted that earlier, student voice as a contributor to student support and success, I'm giving a testimonial to this notion of the importance of institutional and individual stories. And one of the things that's very important in the first year is to provide students the opportunity to tell their stories, whether they do so verbally or in video or in writing, in and out of the classroom. Why did they come to you? Why did they choose you as opposed to some other options? Where are they coming from? What do they aspire to do with what you're giving them? What is their story? And how does their story surface and become understandable as a function of their characteristics, their gender, especially their race, their religion, their dominant cultural values, their tribe, whatever. What determines where they fit into this story? Now, all of you have stories, and I urge you, to the extent that you think is appropriate and you can carry off professionally, to share your stories with your students, because you weren't always like you are now. And we know that they look at many of you as if you have attained some level of knowledge and professionalism and power that they may not yet believe they can ever attain themselves. So I want to make a few comments about my own story. I have become very successful at what I do, but I certainly didn't start out that way. And the choices I had to make initially are similar to many of the choices your students have to make. And one of the things that we know we have to do with first-year students is to help them with the choices they make and to help them make a better decision. And you are trying to rewrite the stories of many of these students. And when you do that, their story will become the story of the future of South Africa. My story, very briefly, obviously, yes, I'm an American. I'm an American who, I only learned this a few years ago. I'm an adopted person, and I only learned 4 years ago about the realities of my biological parents. That's because the laws were changed in the state of New York, and I was able to learn the identity of my biological parents. And I learned that my biological parents were poor, and that my mother was 15. I'm an out-of-wedlock child, or formerly child. And my father also was impoverished, and he had just gone into the United States Navy in World War II and had a prospect of low rate of survival, but he did survive. But if they had not put me up for adoption, I would have been raised poor, and I would not have had the opportunities I had, because I was ultimately adopted, and adopted by wealthy parents. And I had no control over that. That was the luck of the draw. And I have been trying to, in my career, to provide more opportunities for students who are like I would have been had I not kind of won the lottery here in this adoption process. I would want you to know that, unlike most Americans, I have visited South Africa. I came in 11 years ago. I spent 10 days in South Africa with my wife, Betsy Barefoot, and we spent a few days. We flew into Johannesburg and then down to Cape Town, visited in the Stellenbosch region, and then went up to Pretoria and spent a week with the University of Pretoria. And there I saw with my own eyes what I had to regard as a societal miracle, namely in less than, only in about 20 years, you had racially integrated the Harvard University of South Africa to a far greater degree of racial and ethnic integration than any elite university in the United States. It was a stunning accomplishment. And you have surpassed us, and that's something that very few Americans are aware of. But even though you've surpassed us in that respect, you still have not provided enough access for South African citizens to any form of post-secondary education after high school. And that's because in the sector that in your country that would be analogous to the one in my country for technical education and community college education, you do not provide the same relative amount of positions in those schools. So far more of your late adolescent youth are unemployed, and that is not good for, not in school, and that's not good for the future of South Africa. But the thing I remember most about my one visit to your country is having heard more times than I could count, and I brought back what I heard to my own country, and that was the phrase social justice. I met more South African educators talking about social justice than I ever hear in the United States, because that's a very loaded, controversial phrase in my country, and I envied you that. And so I've become much more intentional the older I've gotten in my own work about making it very explicit that I and the organization that I founded and still am a leader in is pursuing a mission of social justice. So I would say it'd be accurate to describe me as a man literally on a mission. And I first learned the concept of mission when I was drafted during the American-Vietnam War and served in the American military. I was a psychiatric social worker in a United States Air Force hospital. But the function, I had to learn my mission. What was my duty? What was I supposed to do? And I was supposed to keep 8,000 troops and 19,000 dependents functioning so that we could wage war. It was not a mission that I was happy about, although I believed that the people I was working with deserved the care that a great military organization could give. But it taught me this concept of mission. And at the same time, my commanding officer in the American Air Force, who was the first black man I had ever worked for, and he gave me a direct order. At age 22, almost 23, I was right out of basic and officer training. And he told me that I had a duty to perform what he called community service. I didn't know what that meant. And he said, well, it means exactly what I tell you it means, Gardner, because I own you and you will do what we order you to do. And in this case, he ordered me to do something that I assume every one of you that's listening to this talk, if you still are, that you decided to do voluntarily. You've decided to work for a university or some form of post-secondary education. He ordered me to start doing what we call in the United States adjunct, part-time teaching at night at a local university campus when I was off duty. And there I learned that I had a mission. And my mission was to take students in the American state of South Carolina, which had only been racially integrated for under 3 years by the American Civil Rights Act, students by and large who'd had very, very poor quality secondary education, but who had the courage to come to university and to try to better their lives. And I realized that for the rest of my adult life, my mission was going to be to improve the number of these students who would be able to participate in the American dream and to be successful in a university and go on and attain the same privileges that I've had as a function of my being a university-educated person. Now, I learned something else at this time in my life, just as your students do when they're younger and having formative experience. I learned that college, university work with university students enabled me to do the 4 things I love to do. And what I hope for all of you working with students is that you get to do what you love most to do. And in my case, I discovered that I love to talk. But in order to talk to college students, I had to know something or some things in order to talk about those. And to learn those things, I had to read, and I'd love to read. And that once I read something and I got ideas, I had to write them down in order to speak them. And so college teaching was the idea of talking and reading and writing and helping people. Those 4 things. That was the magic of this occupation that I had been ordered into. Okay, so I eventually finished my tour in the American Air Force and was discharged honorably, decided to stay in the state of South Carolina. I got a job, actually I got a job at a women's college my first 2 years out of the Air Force, and I was fired in my second year at that college for being a civil rights activist. And that was not a happy experience, but if I had to do it over again, I would definitely undertake the civil rights work that I did. And I came to work at the state's oldest university, as I mentioned a minute ago, chartered in 1801, the University of South Carolina. And shortly after I arrived there, I was contacted by the president, the rector of the I think what you call the vice rector of the university, and asked me if I would participate in an experiment to in his words, humanize the beginning university experience and to teach students how to love the university so that they wouldn't riot in the future. We just had this riot 2 years before, and that was due to a number of circumstances, which I'll mention in a minute. So we created what in American higher ed language we call a course, what in former British systems you often call a module. It's something you do for one term only, and in this case, it's an academic experience that meets 3 times a week for 16 weeks. We call that a course. And we call this course University 101, the student in the university. And the purpose of this course was to teach new students how to be college students. What do you do to be a successful college student? How to do college. And this course is now 53 years old. And through, really it's a fluke, I became the first director of that course, and the president chose me, and he told me, and he summoned me to his office, and he said, John, I'm going to be honest with you, you are not my first choice. You are my third choice. Will you take this job? And in retrospect, I find it hard to believe, but I did. And this was a tumultuous period, just as we're experiencing tumult and division in the United States. I'm giving this talk 2 weeks before the November presidential election in the United States, and it's very much on my mind. But this genesis of what became known as the first year experience movement was as a result of the convergence of 4 major societal trends: the anti-war, meaning the anti-Vietnam War movement, the students' rights movement, which you've certainly seen evidences of in South Africa, the women's rights movement, and the civil rights movement. And all those combined to create a set of experiences in the university that would make us more successful in embracing students that previously we had not paid as much attention to. So I want to talk to you a little bit about this concept of the first year experience and how this relates potentially to South Africa. You've already heard of this. You have had for the past 9 or 10 years a national center for the first year experience in students in transition. And that is a similar concept, one that I founded at the University of South Carolina in 1986, the National Resource Center for the First Year Experience. So the first year experience is a concept. I often describe this as a kind of water bottle, that's water in a bottle that you buy the bottle and then you drink the water out of the bottle, or a roller bag, a suitcase that has wheels on it experience. And both of these are, I don't know who thought of putting wheels on a suitcase, and I certainly don't know who thought of putting water in a bottle and then selling it. And when you sell water in a bottle, the per ounce cost of the water is often more than the per ounce cost of alcoholic beverages, wine, fuel for an automobile. It's stunning. Why didn't I think of selling bottled water? Why didn't you think of it? Or a suitcase with roller bag, with wheels on it, a back saver. And basically what this is a water bottle or roller bag moment is when you have an insight, you have some kind of experience where you see something that nobody else has seen and you take some action to address what nobody else is seeing, or if they're seeing what stimulates you, they're not doing anything about it. They're not creating an actionable response to it. And I had one of those, and everybody could have one of those. And I had that in 1982 actually 1981, and I saw something that bothered me that I said, I think I could do something about that. I want to try that. I could fall on my face, but that's all right. I won't know unless I try. And what I saw was that as, extensive as American higher education was, there was no forum, F-O-R-U-M, conference, organization, association that brought together all types of higher educators to talk about one subject. And that one subject was the several million new college and university students we took in each year as a country and what we were doing to make them successful. Nobody was talking about that. And I thought, okay, I could do something about that. I could create a meeting like there's never been before in American higher education, and I could bring together all types of higher educators, professors, administrators, student services personnel, and I could say, let's talk about the needs of new students, new and universities. What do they need? What do they need to be successful? What do they need that they're not getting, etc.? And what are different institutions doing to make new students successful? So we held a first conference at the University of South Carolina in 1982, and we eventually called this the first year. Well, we used a sexist British term, formerly British, no longer British, term, freshman, meaning the beginning university experience, what Brits often call the freshers. And we kept that term until 1998 when we changed it. We got rid of the man in it and we just changed it to first year, a non-sexist term. And we argued that college students need something special and that is designed to show them and the world, for that matter, that new university students have dignity. They matter. They are not expendable. Yes, they have the least of what we value the most right now. They have the least education, the least polish, the lowest levels of skills, and those things we value having skills in, but they have potential, and that we had to recognize that historically we'd been exploiting these students in ways that ensured that many of them would not be successful. There was a phrase that was used in many American colleges and universities. It was used in the 1960s when I started college. A senior leader would stand up in front of an audience and say, look to the left, look to the right, and you've just looked at two people who aren't going to be there when you graduate. And generally this statement was made as a statement of pride. It was a measure of our quality control, how many students we were flunking out. So when we launched the first year experience movement, it was really about a philosophy, a set of values, practices, principles that said that first year students have value and they are our future and they are the future of our country, and we have to do better with them than we are. And the term also eventually became used to describe a program or initiative to, like the one, as a matter of fact, that you have at your university, your so-called academic monitoring and support. That's a first-year experience type of initiative. It fits the definition perfectly. It's a set of intentional experiences and actions your university is taking to make new students more successful. As this evolved, this concept was seen to change the first year in ways that the proportion of first year students who became second and third and fourth year students and therefore increased what we call retention, meaning the rate of return from the fall term in the first year to the fall term in the second year and ultimately to graduation. And it became embodied in many so-called courses or modules to teach students how to be successful and to persist. Eventually, the term became used to describe a series of conferences that have been offered in the United States since 1982. This year, there will be the 43rd annual meeting on the first year experience, and they're also being offered elsewhere in the world. The group of European educators has been offering since 2011 the annual European First Year Experience Conference. It's also the name of a center at the University of South Carolina and in one in South Africa. And it means, again, a set of curricular and co-curricular experiences. So as we look at the first year experience, we add, well, what does this mean concretely? What are institutions doing to improve the first year? They're looking at orientation, how we begin students, how we advise them, so-called academic advising. They're looking at the course modules that students take at the beginning that they fail in such high rates, what we call, in the United States, we call these gateway courses, or they're really gatekeeper courses. And we're trying to redesign these and provide, quote, faculty development to improve the teaching pedagogies that faculty are using. We're also greatly expanding our use of what we call peer leaders. These are undergraduate and some graduate, but primarily undergraduate students who've been successful in the beginning period of undergraduate education. And now we want them to teach and lead and mentor newer, younger students. We're looking at the common experiences of beginning college students because that's where you have the critical mass of students. And if you want to direct them towards a more positive transition into and through, you have to focus on these common experiences. We're looking at how we teach students the values of the institution, its history. We have certain rituals and customs. We develop a so-called campus ethos instead of basic principles and values. We teach new students. Some of us are asking new students to all read a book in common and discuss that book as a way of introducing what university life is going to be. We are introducing certain first-year experience activities into the halls of residence where students live. We're trying to integrate the out-of-class activities with in-class activities so that what we have them doing out of class supports the academic mission. Many of you have used in South Africa a process called supplemental instruction, which was developed by a woman at the University of Missouri, Kansas City in 1973. It's an example of academic support delivered especially in these gateway courses. The very concept of engagement is one we spend a lot of time talking about. What does it mean to have a students engaged where they're spending more time and energy and effort, and when they do, they become more successful? Big emphasis in the United States in first-year experience initiative right now is to develop in students what we call a sense of belonging. Belonging at this place and this time in my life, and belonging with other people that are here and that I'm bonding with and connecting with. And at the same time, teaching students to, as I say, love the university and to increase their interaction with faculty and staff outside of class, because we've long known in our country that students who interact with faculty outside of class tend to stay in college longer and perform better. So what we've learned is that there's certain things you can do for new students. If you do these things and you make them mandatory for new students, like a college success course, you are going to be more successful. Well, in doing all of these things, you have to remember that the first year matters, and you have to be able to explain to people why it matters. And it's kind of like me realizing that I have to tell my wife frequently that I love her. And how do I tell her that and show her that? And, you can't get more support for first-year students at any university unless you demonstrate to people, why does this matter? And so why does it matter? Well, it matters because this is the period of a student's citizen's history and life that they make a myriad of decisions each day that determine whether or not they're ultimately going to be successful as people. It's a period when students choose their ultimate field of study and vocation, or change their mind, realizing that that isn't what they want to do and redirecting themselves. It's the period when students do or do not learn the kind of study skills that you need to succeed in university. It's a period when they decide whom they're going to associate with. And if they make good choices, then they associate with other people that are going to become successful, and the opposite. It's a period when students some of them leaving the bush and coming to your campus, and they're experiencing a tremendous change in their daily lifestyle, and they're beginning to progress towards a more independent adulthood. This is the period at your university when these students decide, do I like it here? Am I happy here? Have I got people here that care for me? Am I beginning to make progress towards the kind of adult life I want to have? So for all these reasons, the first year matters. So one of the things we're trying to do here is to change the historic mode and purposes of the beginning university experience. And traditionally, universities were organized so that they took the first year, the beginning experience, and they used it to make money to fund the operations of the university at other levels. They gave students large classes with lower paid faculty member, and they used it to weed out students, get rid of students, and to make it possible for the powerful senior faculty like me to never see first-year students. And that was a model that it worked in some ways, but it also was a model that ensured that many of the students did not survive. That is, they didn't remain in university. So one of your challenges at your university here in South Africa is to create a better model. What kind of a model for the beginning experience would work better for South African students at this time in your nation's history? That's the key. All right, so in conclusion, I'm sure some of you have been waiting for that phrase. There's a great deal in our world, particularly before we know the next president of the United States is uncertain. We don't know about that. So we know, though, that a way of coping with the challenges that life gives us is to focus on what we control, what we do know that we can do that might make a difference. And so we do know that there are certain things that if you focus on these things for students, you will make more of them successful. So that's what you have to do. Now, you can't do everything that's needed, so you have to make some choices. And there is now a very extensive literature, research based on what seems to matter most that you do with new students. Now, you are embarking on a bold new strategic plan. And I've read about that, and I can tell you one thing I know for sure is that you will not achieve, or let me say you will achieve, the aspirations of the strategic plan if you improve the beginning student experience. And you aspire to be a university in South Africa that has an impact beyond South Africa to the whole continent, and that achieves excellence in research and graduate study. But there's no great university anywhere in the world that hasn't built what it takes to be a great university on the back of a great undergraduate education. So your undergraduate education, of which the first year is the foundation, is the building block for your achieving these aspirations of your strategic plan. So it's definitely in your interests as an institution at this unique time in your history to be focusing on the foundation. So I'm hoping that at this conference, and as you think about what you've been learning or you will learn between now and when the conference adjourns, what is it that you're going to take with you? And I hope you'll be telling yourself that I, namely you, as one person, can make a difference. You've been listening to a guy politely now for, 25, 30 minutes, who learned that he could make a difference. But I'm no different than any of you. And so I believe you can do this and that you must do this. I also know just enough about your history to want to put this in the context of your recent history. You began, as I have studied your history, in 1990 to have negotiations to end the brutal, immoral system of apartheid. I had begun interacting with a number of faculty and staff from South African universities in the 1980s who came to visit during the so-called divestiture movement, who came to visit my university in the United States to learn how we had successfully integrated racially and greatly changed our culture. And I know that ultimately these negotiations were fruitful, and that in 1994 you made the transition from the South African National Party to the African National Congress. Okay, so here you are from 1994 to 2024. What is that? About 30 years. And what I'm hoping is that you will not unintentionally, but also intentionally, ever forget that it's not enough just to end apartheid. That was necessary, but it is not sufficient. What you're doing now is you're rebuilding a society that has to have different foundations than the inequalities that were built into apartheid. And rebuilding that foundation is what you're doing at this university in the foundation of undergraduate education, where you want to make sure that you're not giving people now the freedom to come to your university, where you give them the freedom to fail. But instead, you're giving them the freedom to succeed and to make choices from the important experiences. You're giving them the freedom to opt for these choices and do what will be sure to ensure their success as adults, citizens in your society. So that's what's involved in how you introduce to higher education your students, and how you put all this into a process that rebuilds your society and makes it truly an African society built for your South African people. You know, I was a college classroom faculty member for 32 years, amongst other administrative duties that I had. And I know that you never really know the impact that you're having on your students. But I want to assure you that many of them are going to experience much greater impact from your work than you'll ever know. And you just have to trust that that is the case. The evidence from more than 50 years of study in my country on the impact of higher education is that it's profound. It impacts how our citizens live, how long they live, with whom they live, how many children they have, how they raise these children, how they vote, how they worship, what they matter, how they spend their money. It has a huge influence, and that's exactly what you are doing now. We were originally going to have a brief discussion period to follow this session, but what the conference organizers have assured me they're going to do is to create an opportunity, some kind of online virtual webinar conversation, which will be made available to all of you, that will be strictly interactional. And so I hope you'll take a few notes and decide what you might want me to elaborate on, or maybe defend some of the things I've said, and that we could continue this, and this will be taking place sometime in the next month or so after this meeting. I want to thank your university again for the privilege of addressing you. I've come to you with respect and belief that what you do in your country has a disproportionate impact on how the rest of the world focuses and functions in this global search for global human rights and justice. And I respect your journey, and I'm optimistic that you can be even more successful than you are now. Best wishes on that journey. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I believe you're ready to kick off an unforgettable journey. So let me take you through how that journey starts. Our First Year Experience Program, or FYE, is here to help you make a smooth transition from high school to university life. Through a range of carefully designed programs, we'll introduce you to the UKZN community, from understanding your academic structure and student services to exploring everything campus life has to offer. Think of the FYE as your personal roadmap to success at UKZN. We're focused on creating an environment where every student feels they belong and where you can develop the skills to excel academically, personally, and socially. Together, we'll dive into topics like academic skills development, student wellness, financial literacy, global citizenship, and sustainability awareness. This isn't just about learning. It's about growing as a person, setting goals, and building the foundations for your future. With our transition teaching methodology, we'll help you to develop critical learning skills and social confidence. Okay, I assume you're wondering what kind of support we'll have, right? This will be through extended orientation sessions, academic advising, weekly seminars, and mentorship. Trust me, you will find your footing and make lasting connections. As UKZN, we celebrate every student's unique learning style and emphasize inclusive, interactive learning where you get to be an active participant. To make things even more engaging, our First Year Experience program incorporates innovative technology. You'll have access to digital content and activities you can complete at your own pace, complemented by face-to-face mentoring and peer support.
If you are a first-year student at UKZN, you should definitely join the First Year Experience program. Reason being is you get assistance with anything that you have problems with. It's a fun experience. You get to make different bonds in groups with different other first years. And basically, you can actually make friends for life during the 4 years of your study.
For a person who's new in UKZN, I would actually encourage them to join the First Year Experience because he would be shed into light. Unlike me, I neglected the thing, I neglected the program, and he will be shed to light in a very adequate manner because the things that, the mistakes that we do academically in school are because we were not told on how we should maneuver around the institution and the system. And so the program, it enlightens us about a lot of things about the institution itself besides academics. And so those sort of mistakes could be hindered and you could actually be a much better person faster than actually me because I was shed into light in my 4th year. But I guess someone who's new in UKZN would be a much bigger person and a much better person if he started the program at the first year.
If you are a first year student, I highly recommend that you join the First Year Experience program. I was once a first year student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and I found it a bit challenging to navigate in my first year at university. So I would encourage all first year students to actually join and participate in the program.
At UKZN, we're committed to your success and well-being. So, are you ready to start this journey to inspire greatness? Well, let's make your first year a year to remember, and together, let's shape your future today.
Colleagues, I think it's time for us to move to our respective venues. Thank you.
So this is the first one.
This is the first one.
Yeah. So the first person that's going to present is student voice as producers. So as producers, no, this, sorry, yeah. So it's going to be this one, yeah. Yeah.
This one and this one.
Is that the first one?
This is the first one, yes. I can just minimize this for now. Which one of
the medical student one.
This one.
I'll just have a quick look. I think in one of the versions, the slides. Yeah, actually, that's fine. That's great. Yeah. Excellent. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
And what is that message?
You enjoying this? At least you're sitting in a cool room that this happened. No, I don't know. Simpson called the guy this morning again. So they said it tripped on the mains on the roof. So he said, so get here and sort it out. So nothing. This one, because I'm in the view. No, we want to do Hi.
How are you?
Right, and you?
Lovely. So, who's the facilitator for this session?
Pardon? No, I don't know.
I'm here, I
Are
know,
you
but
here?
what do I do? Where do I stand? Where do I stand?
Are you facilitating?
Yes, I'm the chair.
Oh, you're the
Yeah.
chair. Okay, lovely.
So,
I was asking
so you
about
can sit right here and
All
move
right.
between there and here.
All right. We can start now. All right. Afternoon, everyone. If we can take our seats, we're about ready to start. All right. So, welcome again. I'm Dr. Rueda Pietrus, the academic leader for teaching and learning in the School of Applied Human Sciences, and I will be chairing this plenary session. So we've got three very vibrant presenters today that's going to chat to us a bit about student voices as producers of new insights and knowledge. And just to give you a sense of how we're going to be operating, the three speakers will come up. They will do their presentation. You as presenters will have 15 minutes, and then there will be 5 minutes for a Q&A. We also have timekeepers. Can my timekeeper raise her hand? There we go. And the timekeepers will give you 5-minute notice when you have 5 minutes left, 2 minutes, and 1 minute. So please, if we can try to stick to our time. For our online audience, please feel free to post your questions in the chat, and we will get to it when it's the Q&A session. And so please feel free to note your comments down, even if you don't have a question. If you've got feedback for the presenters, we welcome that. So without any further ado, I'd like to welcome our first speaker. His slide is already up. It's Pura Mglumbane, and I hope I've said that okay. So he is from the University of Cape Town, and he's going to present to us on student voices as producers of new insight and knowledge in the Transgariep Inter-Institutional Student Leadership Program. Yes, so, and I think he's got a much shorter title, which I maybe should have just read. So please, if you can come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Sanbonani, good afternoon. Indeed, I think ours is about the Transgariep Leadership Program. And the program, okay, where do I, thank you. Where do I move? Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Yeah. So this is a leadership program which is based on self-leadership from the co-curricular space, and which is where we are talking about the student voices. Indeed, I think as we have heard from Prof. Naya and other speakers, the importance of student voice in terms of active participation, creating collaborative environment, and that is basically what we also try to create within the context of the Transgariep. And of course, it also ensures that we create a collaborative environment for students so that they are able to find themselves in terms of engagement and participation actively in the program content. Now, what is the Transgariep Leadership Program? So this is a program that is based on self-leadership, foregrounded on the quality of self. Self in the sense of mind, body, and soul. Now, here we explore the idea of who is self, not self as what you do and who you are and your gender, your sex, and so on. Self in the essence of the spiritual sense. Who are you? So we actually force the students here to really ask that question, who are you? And of course, for us to answer this question, we then go to spaces and spaces within the context of Cape Town. We go to Slave Lodge, which of course is a place that shapes the present context in terms of how does the slave trade shape South today. And then of course we go to District 6, and we ask the question, I mean, how does apartheid shape the South today? And of course we go to KwaZulu, the Sen cultural village, which also speaks about the first encounter with the colonial settlers in South Africa. And all of these, obviously, they define who South is today. And I think if we understand that, then you begin to appreciate in terms of the self that you embody may not necessarily be the true self. And the self, how self manifests today, is the self as a performance, but not a self as real. And then we ask them this question to students to begin to really ponder about these questions. And that's the first phase of the program. And then the second phase of the program, then we go to a retreat. In that retreat, then we actually allow the student to spend time with self, wherein they're out in nature, there are no cell phones, and we expose them to mindfulness practices. We expose them to tools like breathing exercises, body scanning, movement, and reflective journaling, storytelling, and the circle of belonging. So students here now, then they begin to embody the learning process and begin to also find themselves. Now, the themes of the program, as you can see those pictures, it's one of the being one with nature. But the themes are looking at the self-leadership, this idea that you cannot lead anybody else until and unless you lead yourself, and which is why they need to know who are you. And of course, then the agenda of the soul, the essence of who you are, we're speaking about here the pedagogy, what we call the pneumaterial pedagogy, as to say self as a soul. This idea that the one consistent thing that we have is the soul, which is there before we are born and which is there after we pass. But unfortunately, the only time we remember the soul is when we die, where we say, may your soul rest in peace. And throughout our living experience, we abandon that soul. And of course, we engage in healing through dance, wherein students are engaged in dancing practices as also part of healing, and then the leadership journeys and transformative human encounters, because in that space, then students begin to explore self and also how then that space changes themselves. But fundamentally, this idea about the kindness, the compassion, and self-healing. Fundamentally, what students find is that, and of course as people in general, we tend, because of the traumas that we carry throughout these stages of our lives intergenerationally, we carry a lot of guilt, a lot of shame, and therefore we struggle with this idea of being compassionate with self. And we begin then to help students to confront that idea of being, and also then because we understand that if students are able to lead with kindness and compassion themselves, then they're able to then to transfer that to others. And of course, then you can see some of the pictures there. The students dancing as part of the dancing through healing, and the circle of belonging, which is part of where then students, as they walk out through nature and they pick up some items which reminds them of something or reflect on something, and they begin to share around that particular circle of belonging. As you can see, there is a conversation taking place. But of course, our methodology is that of ethnography, where we then observe students in their engagements and also the semi-structured interviews. And the students, of course, are first-year students who have not necessarily been in leadership roles. And the idea, of course, is that then they begin to start with themselves before then they're leading others. And the idea here is really that students must begin then to take their own agency in terms of their own healing. But what mindfulness does is help students to pay attention in terms of their own sense of healing. And I think because we find more and more that students do go to counseling sessions, but sometimes there's that disconnect between the modalities that are being engaged there and in terms of their own self-experiences. And of course, then this, of course, helps as part of over and above, not necessarily a supplement, an extra, but it's over and above in terms of how students can be able to find themselves in that space. And also the reflective thinking and critical analysis in this process, because some students actually for the first time, they had never had a time just to spend time with self in their lives, just to sit and be with themselves. They were struggling. And just to be in nature and begin to listen to their bodies, to listen to themselves, and now all of a sudden they begin to understand, this wealth of power within themselves, even the breathing exercises, just to be there with their breath and beginning to find themselves. And I think that is also what the students are beginning to get from there. And this idea of a community building and cultural sensitivity is very, very interesting, because many students at the beginning of the session, when we began to have the dancing and spiritual engagement, students were very reluctant, because most of them, they were told that ancestors, they are demons at home, and they must stay out from them, and they will sort of have this relationship with themselves. But now then, as we're engaging in this discussion, then they began to even just have an interest. And of course, it doesn't matter who you are, you've got ancestry, right? And therefore, students began then to kind of finding who they are, where they're coming from, and exploring this sense, and also beginning to appreciate in terms of our diversity in a depth sense of who we are. And I think that is also this idea of liberating the soul. And of course, then this idea of leading self. And because in some families, there have been very serious problems where, there'd been issues of witchcraft and so on, and students are really, really, really broken by those. And now they're beginning to reflect around those aspects and beginning to understand. And therefore, this idea of guilt and finding, compassion for themselves and beginning journeys to find who they are. And I think in terms of the voices that students in the reflection, these are some of the things that students have said, that leadership starts with oneself, authentic, vulnerable, and human. Because indeed, part of this program, we work on the three pedagogies that we use in the Department of Student Affairs. The first pedagogy is what we refer to as humanizing pedagogy, this idea of being human, that before you see anything from somebody else, you must see them as a human being. And I think I'm in the right place, because normally when I engage about this, I use the Zulu greeting, sawubona, because, the Zulu greeting, I think what I normally say is that what is fundamental about that sawubona is that it's not the question that you sawubona, but it's a response, that yebo, which affirms, and I think that is basically this idea about being human. And then the other one is what we call the pedagogy of discomfort, that, it is at the point of discomfort where growth takes place. And the students grappling with the discomfort of trying to find who they are in this journey, we are saying, but embrace that because you are growing. And of course, then the last one is we talk about the humanitical pedagogy, the spiritual pedagogy, the sense of us being the spiritual beings. And then they speak about the program helped me to remember to show compassion to myself. I connected with nature in ways I've never before, and finding presence and calm. And learning about my ancestors gave me a sense of identity and pride. And then of course, students also said to us that, look, they would like to have mindfulness workshops and peer support groups, counselor-led debriefs, and before we visit the spaces and places, they would like to have the pre-visit preparations, so that then they can be prepared for those spaces, and also emotional debriefs and practical leadership skills around decision-making, conflict resolution exercises, and of course, I think the main one was also about the post-program support, the mentor-mentee networks, and ongoing mindfulness resources, because I think they enjoyed that, and for them, it was first experience. And yeah, so basically, in terms of student voice, really, we appreciate that it really helps students in shaping, their experiences, and it drives engagement and creates a culture of innovation in terms of what students can contribute, and of course students become co-creators of the content, and it creates a sense of collaborative ethos, and it should not just that students are participants, also they're critical co-producers of knowledge, and I think that is basically what we are trying to do at the Transcarib Leadership Program, where we strive to achieve this through collaborating with and centering student voices in terms of what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think that we're ahead of time. So we do have, I think, Parusi, do we have any questions? Let me first go to the online.
Okay.
None, okay. So thank you so much for that inspiring presentation. So I'm going to, right, thank you so much. Oh, it's on. So thank you for your presentation. I think it was quite enlightening. I think compassionate learning spaces is critical to student success. And so I really do appreciate how you took us through what I would term very wellness and mindfulness intervention, helping students to become self-aware.
Yeah.
And through self-awareness, they can then become leaders of their academic journey.
Sure.
So thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you.
I'd like to then ask the audience, are there any questions or comments? I see there's one there.
Hi, thanks so much. Just a quick question. The sliding is a little fast. I was just wondering about the selection process for,
Sure.
for this.
Lovely. Yeah, so basically what we do is we open up, to all students, and students then they apply, write motivation letters as to want to participate. And in fact, for next year, what we had been looking into is that now we'll be opening up for other universities who are interested to participate, because in the past 3 years, we had two universities that were involved. It was our university, Stellenbosch and Solplaatje, and then this year, it was UCT and Rhodes University. So next year, then we'll be opening it up for other universities. So, yeah. Well, for the past 2 years, we had about 60 students. And now, because we are then focusing this year into mindfulness intervention, then we reduced to about 30 students.
Thank you very much for this really important presentation. And I really would like to follow up on the selection and maybe the scale. So I think quite often students that kind of see the value of this are the ones that apply.
Sure.
And often it's the students that really struggle and that kind of don't know where to go are the ones that don't apply.
Sure.
And often they don't even feel they've got the agency to apply, like,
sure.
Am I allowed to be in that sort of space, etc. So that's the one of how, like, with your thoughts on that.
Sure.
And linked to that is the issue of scale. Like, if we've got, like in this university, we've got 46,000 students.
Sure.
And then if we want to have some intervention like that, kind of how could it go to scale? Is there, just the kind of quality versus quantity question?
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you for the question. Indeed, I mean, in as far as fortunately because we're in student affairs, student wellness is part of the department. So we do have that aspect of things. And then this program is literally just, for that number. But in the longer term, which is what students are also proposing, is to say, but what do we do post? And I think that post is where then we are actually exploring in terms of how do we then scale, because through then the alumni of, the Transcarib program, then we're beginning to explore then that in terms of how, because then students, once then they are part of that program, then themselves can be able then to assist as peer mentor, as peer, mentors and so on. So that is the idea. But of course, it's not something that's going to happen overnight, given the number or the need, as it were.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, for the presentation. It was very, very good, and it was eye-opening. I just wanted to comment on the issue that you have raised in terms of self-leadership, in terms of spiritual sense. And also, I want to commend you for going out and reaching out to the KwaZulu-Natal. In fact, my research is on KwaZulu-Natal, of which I think they are now being neglected, to remind them that there are people in this country, and also looking at what they do the best when you observe their dancing. Rightly you pointed out to say that if you speak a language that is suitable to a person, that's when a person will hear and accept you more, like Mandela had said. I'm being reminded that in as much as we are students and also lecturers, we need to know who we are and where we come from. As Chief Albert Lustuli said, that if we are a country that forgets its history or doesn't know its history, we are just a tree without leaves. I also heard Professor Gardner saying the very same thing, that we need to know where we come from so that we move forward and collaboratively so. Question is this limited to students only, or can this leadership program go outside? Because I'm thinking that it's so informative and so knowledgeable. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. At this point, because of our mandate, in the university, we're focusing on students. And I must say that, even within the university, the staff in the department are also, calling for that. And at the moment, we are, because this is a long-term program for us, and we're exploring, opportunities to invite even, the facilitators who are able then to share the mindfulness interventions in that regard. But at the moment, we are focusing on students.
So we are out of time, but there is one more comment that we will take before we call up and release you and call up the next speaker.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. So my question, I'm basically interested in mechanisms and strategies that you are employing within the program. So what you mentioned is that from the students that have been participating, there have been an issue in terms of being comfortable to engage in topics around spirituality and ancestry. So my question is, since then students have to apply to participate, so that one could assume that there is willingness, or that will be equal to I am prepared to engage in those topics. So speaking of student voice, so I'm wondering that maybe you've done something to kind of look into maybe the issue of spirituality and ancestry, which issues that are taboo socially, were not fully or boldly communicated to the student before they apply. So maybe asking questions around what exactly was the pull factor if this particular theme in the progress is not enticing to the student, or the student may later on decide not to participate fully. So my question then is that what kind of strategies and mechanisms that are in place to ensure that post-applying, as the student is participating now in the program, what strategies you've made in place to ensure that they can participate fully in these themes that they are exposed to?
Sure. Yeah. No, basically, once students are there, the approach is about invitation, right? So once students are in the program, these are the themes that students, when they apply, they're exposed to in terms of what the program covers, right? And then students then apply around this particular space. So when they come into the program, then as we unpack the program, then they're able to expose actually what does it mean when we talk about the agenda of the soul. And then that's where then some of these aspects are coming up. But at that moment, if students feel like it's not comfortable at that stage to participate, then they can be able to, it's a safe space, But what then they do is, over time, then they begin to understand, particularly when we're on the retreat, because I think the retreat gives them the time to reflect, around what happened in phase one. Because phase one is, for most of them, is sort of a shock in the system, because it's spaces that most of them are not necessarily exposed to, in all three areas, even though, you would expect that they would, but they not necessarily are. But in the retreat space, because then we begin to unpack what happened in the phase one, that's where then students begin then to able to make sense of what happened there.
All right. Thank you so much, and I'm sure you can engage with the speakers during lunch as well if you've got any follow-up questions. So let's give him a round of applause before I introduce the next speaker. Okay, so up next, we have a presenter from University of KwaZulu-Natal, Bernard, and he will be chatting to us about medical students learning on a distributed training platform in rural district hospitals. And as like before, you'll have 15 minutes and 5 for Q&A. Right, thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Rueda, and sanibonani nonke, ngithanda ukubingelela nonke. I'd like to kind of first of all acknowledge my co-authors, Andrew Ross and Tandaza Nkabinde. Many of you will know Andrew. He has been in the news. He's been on radio advocating for stem cell donors. He's got myeloid dysplastic syndrome, and he's got a donor, and he's going to have a donation on the 11th of December. So we're very, very excited by this. So that's one of the reasons he isn't here, that he's been ill, as you know. So I'd like to talk a bit about the kind of an evaluation that we've done for our rural block. So the undergraduate training at UKZN is a 6-year program, and it is very theory heavy. Unfortunately, educationally, it still is like fairly, I'm not sure exactly whether there are polite terms for these sort of things, but anyway, where basically students need to retain a huge amount of knowledge, and it's not very kind of engaging. From 4th year onwards, they do clinical work, and they rotate through specialized settings, and again, it's kind of, a lot of the education is like a fairly one-way street. So since 2014, we've developed a decentralized or distributed training platform where kind of instead of only the hospitals in Durban and Maritzburg being used, we started to use many more hospitals across the whole province. And but from especially the specialists in the central hospitals, there was a real concern that kind of the training in the peripheral sites would not be kind of good enough. There's been quite a lot of work that's been done around decentralized or distributed training platforms that have been done, and this model that you can see there was quite a large study that was done, led by Stellenbosch University, called Succeed, where they really developed a quite comprehensive model for how to kind of approach a distributed or decentralized training platform. And there are quite a few benefits that have been seen, like the one is the increased number of students, there's enhanced curriculum relevance, and that is really, like I'll mention this in relation to KZN specifically a little bit later. Students are likely to not only see specialist patients, so patients within a one specialist discipline, but see patients that come with what's called an undifferentiated problem, where they say, I've got headache, and you don't know whether it's stress or meningitis or kind of earache or whatever it is. So that it helps students to need to work that out. And kind of that sort of exposure also influences the possibility of where they can see themselves work in future. So in the final year family medicine rotation, we place students in rural hospitals. We've got 16 rural hospitals. So there's a total number of 37 district hospitals in KZN. So it's nearly half of all of the district hospitals all over KZN. The groups are quite small, so they're between 2 and 4, sometimes up to 6 students only per site. And the students are asked to take much greater responsibility for managing patients or people in that site, and they are being supervised by one of the rural doctors there. So we really place them in an authentic environment. They need to do authentic work. They become part of the team in that setting. And then we structure a number of assignments, and they cover, like in medicine, we have got a competency model that comes from the Health Professions Council, And in this block, we cover all of the competencies explicitly. So it's not like, for instance, one of them is communicator. So we're not just kind of saying, oh, the students need to talk to patients, so we're ticking that box. We've got one of the assignments, for instance, is that they need to visit a traditional healer and reflect on traditional medicine as part of the care. So as I mentioned, there are quite a few benefits to this sort of approach. It's really excellent for developing competencies and confidence. So the students often talk about how this is the first time that they really feel like a doctor. And the experiential learning is not an experiential learning of watching something, but actually doing it. So it's really kind of locating the student in a very different space. This taking responsibility seems to be a really key issue, and I'll show some data around that just now. The kind of taking responsibility for the patients really facilitates them taking responsibility for learning for themselves. So it does, like, it really becomes something much more authentic. We do a lot of reflective work during this block, and it's both in and on experiences that they reflect. And then we hope that they develop into lifelong learners. That's kind of our aspiration. I'm not sure how necessarily true that is. We haven't got any data. Okay, so this evaluation that we've done is we kind of wanted to understand the students' experience and learning during this block. And we interviewed 24, we had 24 participants, and we did kind of 4 focus group discussions, and we also had a few individual interviews. And we got ethics approval and gatekeeper permissions. So the results was that overall the students found this a very, very positive rotation. Many students, like, it's in their final year, and many of them say this is kind of really pulls the whole of the curriculum together. So it's like a capstone type rotation. They often, as I mentioned earlier, they often feel this is the first time that they experience being a doctor. The idea that the learning environment is everywhere. It's in the park home where they live. It's in the tea room when they chat to doctors. It's in the ward. It's when they go and visit in the community. Like, for them, suddenly they realize actually they are in the real world, and that is where they learn. And we kind of have structured quite a lot of support and opportunities for them. So, like, rather than us prescribing what they need to do, they kind of we don't set that ceiling. So there were strong themes that came out from the data that we had collected. So the responsibility for learning, the generalism, being part of the team, and teaching in context, and managing the learning environment. And that has got implications for future design. So taking responsibility, the students kind of really emphasize that you need to show up. If you don't show up, you don't get anything. I mean, there's one joke that I tell the students about this. We had a doctor in a small hospital where I worked, and he was very upset that he wasn't being promoted. And when one of the other doctors reflected on that, they said, well, he's been here 10 years, but he's got 1 year experience. He just repeats that 1 year 10 times. So I think there are some students that kind of don't really engage and therefore don't really learn, but the learning needs to be located within the student. And there are some students that manage to cover a whole year during the 7 weeks that they are with us. So it's kind of really balancing those that came out quite strongly. The willingness to participate is very much related to that. Taking responsibility is crucial, which is again related to showing up and being there. And but also the understanding the safety netting. So knowing when one is out of one's depth, knowing how to ask for help, knowing to kind of not attempt things that one isn't able to. So the students were really struck by how much they were trusted and how that was being encouraged, and that was a very positive finding. So, for instance, so here's a quote: "The responsibility motivates a lot more. Without the responsibility, there may not be eagerness or willingness. I think you don't comprehend the seriousness, especially when it comes to medicine. You're dealing with somebody's life. If there's no responsibility, whatever you do doesn't matter, and you don't take it seriously." So in that sense, putting a lot into context that our actions produce consequences. Now, for me, thinking that this is a final year medical student, I mean, isn't that what we think from year one? You know, so it's actually quite striking that it is kind of how deeply experiential that needs to be. So the generalism was also something that came out quite strongly, and the generalism not only in terms of the patients, but also the location, so that the students are not only seeing people at the clinic, at the hospital, but also often saw the same patient at the clinic or in the home. And this idea that you suddenly see a person in one context and you take a whole lot of things for granted, and then you visit them at home and suddenly you realize you didn't have a clue about what was actually going on, is a really deep learning process around and produces a huge amount of humility. They were quite struck at how the staff at the hospitals were incorporating that into the care, and they also kind of were quite struck kind of how other cadres of work, so the ward-based outreach teams are basically community health workers that visit at home. That is where that is really critical. And then also the context of patients, and I already referred to the visit to the traditional healers. So again, a quote: "I remember my first day in outpatients department. The first patient had arthritis. It was like, okay, I've got this. Then I know my stuff. Second patient was uncontrolled hypertension. Third patient had VDS, whatever VDS is, that's not important. But it really shows that suddenly it isn't about the disease process, it's about the person. So the person is actually central in this process, and the diseases are secondary. Then being part of the team and teaching in context was really important. So the experience of working in a multidisciplinary team was really key, and that also produced the enabling environment, and kind of the presence of the structured learning around that was really useful. So they weren't just left by themselves, but they had some idea of what was expected for them. So around that, I saw the interaction between the MDT and the doctor. So the doctor would see a patient, and the dietitian or whoever would be there would assess the patient, and they discuss face-to-face and then take notes and follow up with the plan. So yes, they told us, feel free to ask any question. And if I'm not sure of the answer myself, I will go back and check. So quite often, the doctors would actually utilize the resource of the students to say, actually, I can't remember, let us look it up. And it kind of really broke down the hierarchy that often exists. So managing the learning environment and the design of the module, so the small numbers is really critical. The ability to form relationships was really critical, and that was also one of the motivations for thinking about scale. So if we want to scale this up, what does it need to look like? The clear communication with the sites, so from the university, we've got a strong relationship with the sites, and then the structure of the module. So just a brief discussion, the importance of responsibility and the experiential and hands-on learning and reflection is important, and the context created many opportunities for learning, and especially for transformative learning. And kind of the transformative learning, the relationship is central. So we often have a very nice idea of disorientating dilemma, but how do you get out of the disorientation through reflection and through engagement with somebody else? So in conclusion, the study highlighted advantages of distributed and experiential training, and the experiential training, again, is kind of being really deeply immersed in that, and the positive impact and meaningful participation that leads to the transformative opportunities. The long-term relationships with the healthcare professionals is really critical. So we go and visit each of the hospitals at least once during the block. We officially go and visit the students, but actually we are visiting the supervisors, because that is the longitudinal relationship that we have with the hospital is really what sustains this engagement. And kind of the idea of the curriculum walking through the door is also, from an educational perspective, is really important, that this is actually the students' curriculum. They are seeing what is real, what is in the context. It's not us structuring a kind of an artificial curriculum for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for that very informative presentation. I think this is one of our programs that we are quite proud of, and I'm always proud to say UKZN, we like to train our graduates for the community, for public good. And I think whether you are in health sciences, humanities, engineering, or law and management, that's central to our curriculum. So thank you for sharing with us. So because you took all your time, I'm learning as well. I'm going to take 2 hands for comments, please, and then you can feel free to engage with Bernard during lunchtime as well. But let me first check. I see your hand. Thank you. We've got one there. Farusi, do we have any comments or questions on the chat? No comment. Okay, thank you. So we'll take that hand. And then do we have another hand that I missed? All right, thanks for tracking it. Okay, 1, 2. All right.
Okay, thank you very much for such a lovely presentation. What I wanted to ask is, what were the limitations to your study?
Okay, the limitations, I mean, it kind of position, I think a really critical limitation, I mean, there are lots. I mean, it's qualitative, blah, 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 lots of those things from research. I think a really critical limitation is that we as academics were asking the students, and that the way students answer to a question is very different from students telling a story by themselves. So I think that is a really critical limitation, that it is still us looking at what is there, rather than kind of a much more kind of holistic view of, from the students. We've had quite a lot of engagements from students. So we weren't surprised by the findings. The anecdotal evidence that we've got is much, much stronger than this even, where many students say this is probably the most important block that they've got all together. But I think for us that is still a limitation, that kind of it's like that.
All right, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Prof, for such a beautiful presentation.
Thanks,
My question, Prof, I just want to follow up. In your engagement, like mostly around the focus group with students, their reflection, how often do issues around social justice comes up in their response, given the context that they are placed in? Thank you, Prof.
So thanks. So kind of through, like one of the areas that, like one of the assignments that they write, okay, so 2 things. First of all, virtually all of the assignments use a reflective cycle as kind of as the framework for their submissions. So that, like the COLP reflective framework. So they often tease us that, you know, in family medicine you reflect and you reflect, you reflect. But in terms of the social justice, one of the assignments particularly kind of asks them to consider what would they advocate for. And in that context, often the resource limitations, but not so much a resource limitation in the sense that the hospital is not well stocked. It's much more the poverty, the context, the distances, the geography of the area, the kind of real struggles that many of the people have to access good health care kind of become quite central. And these reflections often cut across the whole lot of the reflections. So it's not only like, oh, I have to answer something about social justice. Let me think, okay, social justice, whatever. Type AI quickly. So it's kind of, I think the student, for many of the students, for them, this is kind of, because we're placing it so much in an authentic environment, it kind of really shifts that, yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Obviously, UKZN Medical School is known for the first ones to come up with medical cures for so many diseases. So my question is, their encounter with the traditional leaders and the traditional medicine, how would they rate that? Is there something that they can come up with to use the traditional medicine and the medicine that we take right now? I'm talking in a spiritual sense, like the other colleague before you spoken. And also, I can see you did a qualitative study in terms of methodology. I just wanted to know, how did you decide on your sampling? Because you sampled hospitals in rural areas which are more public. And there's also public hospitals as well, and the resources and everything are different.
Yeah.
And also, what were the challenges that they faced in convincing the people who believed in the traditional medicine in those hospitals? Thank you very much.
Okay, so the first question about sampling is very easy. This only samples students going to rural hospitals, so the ones that kind of those students going to the rural block, and we asked for volunteers. So that was the simple bit. The engagement with traditional medicine is quite a big topic, so we don't train the medical students to use traditional medicine. That's not our competency. But I think we are really focusing on how to engage with traditional medicine and how to engage with traditional healers and patients. So those are very different engagements between the healers and the patients. I think the fundamental approach, maybe to kind of a very, very quick answer to that, is I think the point of departure is that we need to acknowledge, first of all, that our intention is the best for the patient. We also, at the same time, need to acknowledge that the healer's intention for the patient is the best. And once there is a kind of agreement that both of our intention is good, it opens space for engagement and collaboration. Like without that, you only get into conflict.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you. Okay, and we are on our last presenter before we break for lunch. And we've got Diamant, right? That's going to be presenting. And her topic is Student Voices as a Foundational Tool for Developing the Critical Social Justice and Citizenship Module, right? So again, 15 minutes, 5 questions, 5 minutes of questions. And I think maybe next time, Prof, we might need more time because I think that there's so many questions. No?
And this is the forwarding to the next one. Hey?
Yes. Okay.
So it's just this arrow and back.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. It's actually going to be the three of us presenting today. We would have had Dr. Sebastian with us, who's our postdoc student, who looks into all the methodology and the action research and the findings, etc., but he's unfortunately not well today. So we're going to pick it up between the three of us. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you about our new module, Critical Social Justice and Citizenship. I'm Dr. Tony DeMar, and I'm part of the task team who designed the module. I'm also the overall coordinator of the module and responsible for the tutor training and mentorship aspect of the module. And I just want to say, it's so heartwarming to see so many of our tutors here today who are supporting us. And Prof. Msibi, I'm so glad you walked in at exactly the right time. His words earlier, we are really building a community of practice amongst our tutors. And it's them that are so important because they are actually facilitating all the topics, etc., in the tutorials. Anyway, moving on. So we know that South Africa has wonderfully progressive legislature and policies, but the reality is that policies alone cannot change the social landscape of our country. And we're still, so many of us, locked in a mindset that sees difference and inequality as hand in hand. So our challenge in this module is to cultivate a social landscape that values diversity, tolerance, and an appreciation of differences, that develops attitudes and forms of consciousness and commitments that allow a re-understanding and a reshaping of our social world, and ultimately, to rid ourselves of exclusionary attitudes and practices. So the continuing challenge for us in South Africa remains the need to challenge historical exclusive definitions and labels, to provide alternative definitions, understandings, and insights of what it means to live with diversity, inclusion, and social justice, to equip students with a critical understanding of diversity, inclusion, and social justice, to offer them conceptual and practical tools needed to think, work, and live in a diverse community, and to challenge them to forge new ways of seeing, knowing, and being. So if education is the most powerful tool that we can use to transform our world, then the onus is on us as educational institutions, especially universities, to encourage appropriate transformation. We are very proud to be part of UKZN's commitment to taking this project of liberation and empowerment seriously, and to be part of this module, which charts a new course, serving as a catalyst for us to confront the unspoken, uncomfortable social injustices that haunt us daily, create a space where first-year students can embark on a powerful voyage towards empathy, empowerment, and a brighter, more just future. So the module began in the first semester of this year and is offered to all first-year students throughout UKZN, across disciplines, across schools, across colleges. It's a compulsory non-credit-bearing module which all students will need to engage with in order for them to receive the status of degree complete. It's offered in both semesters of each year, and students can opt to engage with the module in any year of their studies. Social justice requires a commitment on the part of each individual to a deep sense of the common good, a genuine commitment to a sense of community and equality between all members. It's about finding ways that bring people out of their isolation and shame, ways of confronting and breaking down old myths, ignorance, suspicion, prejudice, fear, and fundamental disrespect of those we've been socialized to see as other. It's about finding ways to relate to one another without suppressing our individual and others' differences, while sustaining social cohesion and cooperation. And a language of critique should always present a language of possibility. And so it is our intention that this module provide a politics of hope for our UKZN students. It's hope that this module will play a key role in educating and conscientizing students about issues of diversity and difference, helping to heal the divisions of our past, encouraging students to become agents of change, heralds of a new and a better order, critical, informed, and empowered citizens regarding issues of diversity, inclusion, and social justice, and thus modeling a new way forward. I'm going to hand over to Haley.
Thank you. I'm Haley Fudu. So we're doing very deep work, as you can hear from this module. And all the work is based on the politics of liberation through liberating education. We all, hopefully, as educators, know Ferrer. And something Prof said earlier, when we talk about this concept of true and equal participation in education, it's education for liberation. And with education for liberation, we build students who become entrepreneurs and people who will help guide our country to prosper in all fields of study and profession. So, yeah, we're building human capacity. And the theoretical and conceptual framework, which underpins everything, as I said, is Ferrer. And I think it's really, if your students don't know that name, we need to make sure our students all know that name so that they can also conceptualize in all of their courses of study what it is that they're trying to do for themselves, not just to get a degree. So we felt it was really critically thinking of how we do things, that this specific module had to have an in-person component. So we have a blended learning approach. We have the lectures, which are all online and can be watched in the students' time as it works for them. But then there's mandatory tutorials that are facilitated by PhD and master students who are in the social justice arena. And these tutors are not just there to help answer questions, they're there to help activate them and make themselves really just humbly a part of their learning journey because they become each other's teachers. We know how much we learn through story, and the tutorials are really places for students to tell their stories, tell their struggles, and connect heart to heart, and that can't be done online. So we really are so excited about the amazing things that have been coming out of these in-person spaces. So the lectures are accompanied by the tutorials, like I said, and these are the goals of those tutorials, is to broaden the understanding of the need for change and transformation, understand the negative psychological and other effects of othering people, marginalizing and oppressing and experiencing prejudice. And of course, we all know that all of us can be both a target of oppression as well as an agent of oppression, agent of power. And we need to make sure that we aren't using our powers to put others down. And we also want to understand how we are all socialized and molded to adopt certain beliefs and attitudes towards difference and otherness, and these need to be challenged and interrupted. And it is important, the importance of taking a personal role and responsibility to bring about the change we wish to see in South Africa. So really, this is where it gets exciting for me, is the action component. What are we going to do? Those conversations lead to, this is what's happening in my life, I'm not happy with it, this is what I'm going to do to change. So these are the major themes that we touch on in the various tutorials and lectures. We investigate racism, xenophobia, sexism, patriarchy, misogyny, gender-based violence, heterosexism, disability and ableism, classism. We also look closely at social movements and forms of activism, such as feminism and anti-racism, and it's exciting to think that, Rick Turner and we have these historical figures right here from UKZN that were a part of this, Steve Biko, and so they see themselves in those figures. And explore how we want to, like my colleague said, how we want to explore politics of hope and change the story. So the module encourages students to take a stand for all human rights and to identify, acknowledge, and challenge them all. Our stance is that we cannot afford to take a neutral position on inclusion and social justice, as all exclusive and segregated systems are forms of apartheid. So this module design, we thought maybe let's look at gender-based violence. Hang on, we can't isolate, because we also have racism, we also have economic inequality. So the students need to see that we have this complex society that we live in, and they need to be a part of the overarching goal to change it all for the better.
Thank you, Hayley. So my name is Pamandla Nkambule. I'm the project coordinator in this module. So my task is very simple. It's to actually point you to where you can locate the student voices in our module. So coming from an implementation science background, it's easy for me. I will give you input, process, and output. Then I'll be out. Cool. So from what my colleagues has explained, it's clear that our module is significantly different from the traditional academic module that every student gets exposed to. So what we've done, we've put in place different strategies within the module where we can be able to amplify and locate the student voices. Just to give you a picture, a mind map of how this works, think of the drums that you've seen earlier on. We had a beautiful musical rendition. So the student voices or the strategies that we've put in place are just like those different drums that you've seen. So as we listen to those voices, we have to be able to pay attention to each different drum and also listen to it. And also the music is when all these different voices come together. So just to explain one strategy that we've put in place, which I think our Prof. Naya did explain it in terms of tracking engagement. So engagement in our module is very key. That is where we mark our progress. So what we've done within our learning management system, we have what you call an activity completion tracking feature. So we look into this feature and then we try to analyze what is the behavior of our student with our content. Just to give you a picture, this is what it looks like. This is the engagement from medical school student. So what we've learned is that students engage with our material on the day of the in-person tutorial. So that, when we look at it, we sort of like analyze, then we ask ourselves, what kind of mechanism do we need to put in place? So this traffic, when you see on our learning management system, it sort of like tells us the behavior of our student, and also it informs the strategies that we need to put in place in order to support our student. This is another graph illustrating the engagement behavior of our student at Westville campus, which was sort of like a similar behavior across other 3 campuses within our institution. So what you've noted here is that early there's just a quiet, the traffic is not, it's low, but there's a peak there. What you see in that peak in the engagement, that's when there's an impulse. That's when we send reminders to students, which is something that we've learned in our key speaker presentation, that when you set reminders and so on, you need to be clear to the student what needs to be done, what they need to do in order to go through the tasks that need to be completed. But that's not enough to just send students to the LMS system and say, complete this task. Given the themes that are covered in our module, we had to think about innovatively on how do we improve our reflective engagement with our students. What they need to do also when they are on the LMS, they have to also complete a feedback, a reflective feedback. So understanding that these are first-year students, we had to adopt an AI tool. We called it a reflective tutor robot, where it was assisting students scaffolding their reflective. So we encourage students to simply have a conversation with the robot. They can simply copy and paste the conversation, because it is in those themes that resonate from that conversation that we are interested in. Our module takes an umbrella approach. So we are centered, I'm trying to find a better way to emphasize this. The student voice it's a key in the refinement of our module. We provide the student with an umbrella approach, and we are relying on the voices of the student to formulate and improve the module. We don't give students themes to discuss, but we are listening to the student voices, and we are using those voices to actually refine the module. So as I've mentioned earlier on, there's different voices. So at the end of the day, all these different drums must come together. And this is what our postdoc, Dr. Sebastian, has been leading on, to actually see all the strategies that we've put in place, do they take us home? So the method that was employed here, it's participatory action research approach. So to actually hear the voices of the student and also gauge how we are doing in terms of impact. So in terms of successes, from what we've collected, the data from our participatory action research, this is the kind of success that we have collected. While students are familiar with the way of learning in the teaching, but while being exposed to the themes that they are being shared here, what we've learned is that okay, sorry, I've just lost my chain of thought because of time. Okay, Doctor, can you take this one? Thank you, Doctor. I just lost my chain of thought.
Thank you, Spa. So encouraging students' full and equal participation makes them feel seen and heard and understood. And that's the gem that we take away from this module and the tutorials. So while students are not really familiar with this new way of learning at university, the student-centered way, and how do you feel, what do you think about that? They're not used to being drawn on for their experiences and their thoughts, etc. So they're a little resident in the beginning, and we've got to sort of draw them out with a number of activities. But finally, when they feel, I have a voice and I can use it, it's the most incredible thing to see them actually standing in their own agency, really. So we work very closely with the instructional design team at UKZN on making our pre-recorded lectures much more engaging and participative. And as from next year, I'm very happy to say that all our online pre-recorded lectures will be offered in both English and isiZulu. And there will be an insert for sign language. So I don't think I'm going to, yeah. We can't be UKZN University for nothing. So we're trying to put our money where our mouth is. So pass rates for the second semester, medical school 100%. Edgewood 86%, Westville 82%, Howard College 61%, and Pietermaritzburg 62.5%. So we're getting there. Do you want to carry on? Are we completely out of time? Are you sure? All right, so I'll just whistle stop through these. Do you want to talk to the challenges? Or do you want me to? Okay. All right. So some of the challenges that we've had are obviously the visibility of the module, students not knowing about it, so we really need to work on those aspects, refining our feedback systems, but we have come such a way in putting those processes into place. So I'm thrilled to see that. And it's expected that the module will come up against some criticism in relation to some of the topics that we engage with, because any new way of thinking and being and showing up in the world inevitably contradicts traditional ways, and pushback is natural. So we will continue to encourage our students to critically reflect on all topics and issues related to social justice education. We wish to stress that in doing so, we are not forcing students in any way to transform. I mean, how can you force students to change? But simply offering them alternative ways of viewing the world, which they may not have been exposed to before. At the heart of the module is the belief in acknowledging, respecting, accepting, and understanding differences between human beings, and addressing the power relations that automatically result in understanding people in terms of them and us, what's appropriate, not appropriate, right, wrong, superior, inferior, and ultimately finding ways to coexist respectfully together without suppressing individual differences. So we are, from the relative low registration numbers and completion rates in the first semester, we've been proactive in putting monitoring processes in place and have paid off positively. These have paid off positively in the second semester. Our main priorities remain to increase the visibility of the module and increase participation rates. We are committed to strengthening this module and learning from all our feedback that's gleaned from our ongoing action research aspect. This module has great potential, and we've no doubt it will grow from strength to strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. Again, another trailblazing initiative from the university. And so we're going to go to some comments or questions for Rusi. Let me check with you again. All good? Great. So in the room, if we can accommodate 2 people, because I don't want to cut into your lunch times. We've got a hand there and a hand there. Okay. Sorry, did you raise your hand as well? Okay, so if everyone could just keep your comment or question really short, like really, really short, then we can accommodate the lovely lady over there.
Thank you very much for your presentation. As I listen to it, it resonates with the work I'm currently doing about how Nigerian students perceive their stay and study or work in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So in developing the model, I will advise that something prominent has to come up in addressing the issue of international students. University of KwaZulu-Natal is an international university, and whoever is studying there has to be free enough to express themselves and feel at home. So I believe we are going to collaborate. When my results come out, you see lots of comments. I already have a pilot study, how the barriers that some of the international students experience in maximizing their time in school, which may not be expressed except under such a platform of the research, because I approached them as a fellow countryman and then got the feedbacks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just on that note, as you're giving the mic, on that comment, when we talk about xenophobia, tribalism also comes in a lot. And what ends up happening is in the spaces, the students get to say how it makes them feel when or how they feel marginalized. And the students that are actually perhaps even the agent that is doing that marginalization, they're now a human that they know, eye to eye, friend to friend, heart to heart. And then that starts to break down that xenophobia, tribalism, othering of our international students. So it's a really powerful thing to watch happen.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very good. For me, I feel this is a starter to healing. When you talk about segregation and the history of this country, you are touching the wounds, and such wounds, when you discuss it in the language that is understandable, because you are saying you are doing it in English and in Zulu. So it doesn't only heal, it brings back the history of the country, the Sobukwe's. I saw your quotes there, the Gandhis, the Mandelas. It's a very, very good starter, and I would suggest that on your outcomes, there are things that you may need to add, like to say understanding the history and contributing to the distribution of resources equally, which is social justice, and contributing to inequality as well, as we are faced with in South Africa, and also the issue of xenophobia, which is affecting our country. I saw your quote there. Before there was this racial segregation, we're all humans. We must treat each other as humans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take... her hand was up. Did I not see you? Okay. Short, guys. I think, see... I'll be equitable.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. Personally, I love the module. It's my first time getting more information about it. But I wanted to check if I saw some of the challenges were that some students do not attend the module. But then I wanted to check if there is some sort of collaboration and connection with the targeted high schools that come to our university. Because sometimes if they're exposed to it prior, then it's something that will ring a bell when they enter into the institution.
Thank you. So let's take the last comment. But you can...
While you're walking, I just wanted to say something about the healing. These students become each other's counselors. One of the stories was a young woman, she actually told the whole group she had been sexually assaulted. It was the first time she had shared. And afterwards, when I asked her to go to student support, she wouldn't do it. She's like, I don't know those people. I know all of you. So the healing that happens in those spaces is phenomenal and really intense.
Thank you.
And if I can just add as well, even when the students have finished all the lectures and the tutorials and the semester is over, they choose to actually have informal gatherings, support groups. So we are encouraging on a very small scale communities of practice, communities of people seeing other humans as human beings and not seeing the difference first. And this is a start. It is such a vast topic, and we've got 6 months to deal with it. So it's almost a whistle-stop tour. So we haven't thought about schools, so thank you for that suggestion. And many of our tutors are actually students who are international students from outside of South Africa. So we are thinking a lot in terms about building communities of practices, not just within South Africa, but across borders as well. Thank you.
All right. Last comment.
Thank you. I'm also part of the unit, so I'm not going to ask. I'm taking advantage that Prof. Musibi is here, so I'm taking that advantage. It's difficult to get hold of. I just got just a suggestion that we see that what we are trying to do with the student, and it's working. But if, as time goes on, is there any way maybe we could also implement this project to the staff members? Because, they are some of the hardest people to deal with, especially when it comes to these social justice issues we're dealing with. As time goes on, not just now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that is for you, Prof, later. Yeah.
I just want to anchor that one, what you've just shared now. As part of the feedback that we've received a lot of call from our staff members that are being exposed to the module to say this should be part of the staff onboarding kind of module that every staff member should be exposed to. So we are thinking of how we can expand the project to include every individual that comes across this institution. And thinking about high school students, there have been suggestions of summer schools that we are also receiving from different stakeholders within us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay. Okay. All right. So thank you to all the presenters. Thank you to the audience for your engagement. If I can sum up, I think all three presentations really touched on students' self-awareness, whether it's self-awareness around their curriculum, their profession, their training in, or getting to know who they are and who they want to be in the world. So we are now going to break for lunch. And just an announcement for all of our presenters, the deans, the DVCs, the judges, and the chairpersons, that lunch for you will be served on the deck, which is outside, and the rest to proceed to the dining hall. Sorry, just... Yes, including the presenters. So if all the presenters, the deans, the DVCs, the judges, and the chairpersons on the deck where coffee was served, that's where your lunch will be. And for everyone else, please proceed to the dining hall. Thank you so much.
And nothing lasts forever, so I say good. Bye, 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 bye. Yeah, I say good. Bye, 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 bye. thatha umthwalo ushone khona. Lendlela inameva, lendlela inameva, lendlela inameva wena. Noma kungelula wena, thatha umthwalo ushone khona. Lendlela inameva, lendlela inameva, lendlela inameva wena. Noma kungelula wena, thatha umthwalo ushone khona. Lendlela inameva, lendlela inameva, lendlela inameva wena.
try anything, but you won't give up. I guess you wonder where I've been. I searched for love within. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't. What you won't do for love. You try anything, but you won't give up. What you won't do for love. You try anything, but you won't give up. Do for love, but you won't give up. What you won't do. You try anything, but you won't give
attention. I need your attention. Nothing else, yeah, just your attention. I'm already tonight. I'm gonna love you tonight. I'm already tonight. I'm gonna love you. Let's take on it. 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 I'm already tonight. I'm gonna love you tonight. I'm already tonight. I'm gonna love you.
Oh,
Asihlale phansi silungise inkinga silungise inkinga Asihlale phansi Asihlale phansi silungise inkinga silungise inkinga Mango take better walk I'm up 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 take better walk Udlala ngesikhatha sokwenza imali. Kanti ufunani? Awusho ufunani? Hayi ufunani? Elami ufunani? Wena ufunani? Hayi ufunani? Wena ufunani? Hayi ufunani? Awusho ufunani? Wena
On. Colleagues, we are about to start now. Please, could you settle down? Thank you. Right. We have two interesting presentations coming up. One will start with the presentation about empowering student voices, transgressive pedagogies in higher education. We have 3 presenters, so over to you. It will be 15 minutes presentation and then 5 minutes for questions and comments. Thank you. Sorry.
Can I go ahead? Can go? Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back from lunch. I hope you're all wide awake enough to actually listen in and you won't be falling asleep. So today my role is not really to present, but rather to provide the framing and support for the 2 third-year undergrad students who will be delivering the presentation. Their presence today is just one of the steps, almost the last, hopefully publication comes next, in centering the student voice as part of the teaching pedagogy in which I engage. It is because of their active participation in their education journey in a course that I teach at second-year level that they are here. This is the culmination of constantly reflecting, participating, and co-creating, and is the extension of their reflective assessments in the module. This means their presentations are truly their voices, different and personal, which I have met with an acknowledgement of what and where I should reflect on in order to do better, to meet the student needs going forward. So I'll hand over to the students now. The first one will be Chuk.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. As a final year student, I will be sharing my insights, experiences, and pitfalls from a second-level module that positioned me at the center of its learning process and knowledge production. The module in question, Religion and Media, was uniquely different and profoundly shaped how I think about religion, the media, and even my self-perception. The module introduced a teaching style of transgressive, engaged pedagogy, which encourages students to challenge traditional boundaries and explore new avenues of learning. Lectures encompassed an element of practical reflection, which meant questioning our assumptions, engaging in open dialogue, and connecting our lived experiences to the course material. However, this had implications such as the risk of being overwhelmed, lack of guidance or cohesion, and the potential for unequal engagement. Drawing from my many essays on teaching to transgress, Bell Hooks suggests that when transgressing the traditional boundaries of teaching and learning, there is a sense of mutual responsibility for learning. Students get scared that you are now not the captain working with them, but that you are, after all, just another crew member, and not a reliable one at that. While the transgressive teaching style was incredibly effective, it was not without its challenges. One of the biggest hurdles was navigating the diverse learning styles and expectations within the classroom. Some students, accustomed to traditional lecture-based teaching, struggle to adapt to a more interactive and student-based approach. Others felt uncomfortable with the level of self-disclosure required for personal narrative writing and exercises. These challenges highlight the importance of open communication and flexibility when implementing unconventional teaching methods. There were times where I felt lost or frustrated, unsure of what was expected of me or how to approach the assignments. However, there was a safe and inclusive learning environment as both the tutor and lecturer willingly facilitated any of my queries. The student-centered and transgressive learning approach, as Prince asserts, is a method which involves them in their learning process through meaningful learning activities that are relevant and authentic, and which requires them to critically think about what they are doing and who they are as students. The production of knowledge requires the active participation of the learner beyond the teacher teaches and learner learns pedagogy. Transgressive engaged learning encourages students to challenge dominant knowledge paradigms and engage with diverse perspectives of knowledge already located in the classroom. However, this focus on individualized learning can lead to fragmentation or even relativism in knowledge production. Instead of traditional written campus tests, students were challenged with creative projects like an academic blog post and a group presentation. These assessments, though unconventional, forced me to engage with the material in a more profound way. The academic blog post, which we created on Listly, was particularly challenging. In discussions with my former classmates, I noted that not everybody had the same experience. Many of my classmates wished that they were given an on-campus test for the first assessment rather than using the digital platform of Listly for Assessment 1, as their lack of digital and computer skills required for the classwork component left them feeling inadequately skilled. As a previous student and currently a tutor for the module, I noted that students who came from non-fee-paying schools or quantile 1 to 3 were challenged, particularly with technological aspects of the assessments, as they had not built these skill sets. Some students who were introverts felt intimidated by the notion of being centered. It was also noted with the current cohort of students that those who asked more questions and fully engaged in the transformative educational journey performed well in most of their assessments. It mirrored what I went through last year, as it was my colleague, Ms. Ibrahim, and I who predominantly interacted for assessments and lectures. Evidently, this form of non-participant participant observation as a former student and tutor myself motivated me to become an advocate for this style of teaching and facilitation of knowledge production that I utilized in my tutor sessions. Given my academic achievement in a module, I was better prepared to assist students to ensure their success. However, it was only a handful of students who made use of the tutor assistance before final submissions, despite an open door policy and creating a WhatsApp group for whenever they needed assistance. The group presentation pushed me out of my comfort zone in an unfamiliar way. I've always dreaded group work because of past experiences with unmotivated teammates and uneven workloads. To be honest, in terms of planning the group presentation, my presumptions were proven correct. Most of my group members failed to pitch up to meetings, answering messages, and did not share their thoughts and ideas for the presentation itself. Undoubtedly, I carried most of the workload as most of my group members were disengaged with the entire planning. I felt like I was alone in immersing myself in this experience. Although I did most of the work, I did learn a lot about myself. My reflections revealed that I worked well under pressure and could step up to the plate when others failed in their responsibilities, thus showing a sense of resilience. Finally, the reflective essay served as a culminating exercise, allowing me to synthesize my learning journey. This assessment provided a rare platform for me to articulate my initial pessimism on the module, my evolving understanding of digital religion, and the impact of transgressive teaching methods on my learning. The act of reflection itself proved to be a powerful tool, helping me connect the various concepts, readings, and discussions into a coherent and meaningful whole. While student-centered and transgressive learning are designed to foster engagement by allowing students to pursue their interests, this can sometimes result in unequal participation, as I will show. As a final last transgression for engaged teaching, we were offered the rare opportunity to co-create the final exam. I found it very strange, and I was anxious about my input on the matter. Typically, a lecturer normally sets the exam, and students have no voice in its design. On the contrary, having a rare opportunity to play a direct role in the construction of the exam built a sense of intimacy with the proposed material itself and allowed me to feel better prepared before writing the actual examination. Surprisingly, I could remember, despite the initial excitement expressed by peers, only a third of the class participated in structuring the exam, which was disappointing. Nonetheless, those who did participate found a sense of satisfaction and empowerment in co-creating the exam design and structure. Unfortunately, despite such an innovative opportunity, the module pass rate did not see a shift due to such non-linear student engagement. In spite of this, I would advocate for such a pedagogy because it exposed me to have a better learning curve when reflecting on innovative ways of assessments in the course material. I'll now hand over to my colleague Azra Ibrahim, who will take you through her experience and the advantages of the student-centered and transgressive teaching approach.
Concretizer connected by the conceptual bridge of my lifelong bouts with discrimination, stigma, and alienation as a blind individual within educational spaces. My advantageous outlook on the student-centered and transgressive teaching approach, privileges and experiential subjectivity firmly rooted in the empowerment of the student voice through self-reflection and agency, enhanced student engagement, and the diversification of knowledge production. The achievement of a student-centered process, as Gabriel contends, is not only necessary, but provides for distinct valences and new possibilities for realization, which primarily impact upon the acquisition and capitalization of knowledge and the development of various competencies and capacities. Speaking and writing are acts of resistance, which not only pedestalize the empowerment of the student voice, but provide new avenues for differently abled invention. Concurrent with Dr. Shad Al-Shamri, a Kuwaiti Palestinian disabled scholar and writer of creative nonfiction, reflexive writing allows me to center my identity as a blind individual in order to resist dominant and negative narratives of disability, which often generalize the conceptions of how disability should be understood. The inclusion of a summative reflexive essay as an assessment component within the module disturbed the synchrony of my self-perception and religious security. This assessment served as my first interaction with the art of academic reflection, an assessment which shaped the very trajectory of my academic entanglements while simultaneously piloting the infantile stages of what in the following months materialized into an inexplicable enjoyment for academic writing through the employment of autoethnography and feminist disability studies in order to recount my ableist encounters in a manner that wouldn't dilute the severity of my experiences. A student-centered and transgressive teaching approach permits the empowerment of differently able voices through the scripting of narratives within qualitative research, which primarily functions as a form of data with soul. The strength of the summative reflexive essay ultimately lies in its enablement of students to draw on previously acquired knowledge in an exploitative manner in order to practice their conceptual analysis skills and self-analysis capacity. Next slide. Students arrive at higher education institutions already contextually informed by the implications of their demographic characteristics. Each arrives with a unique positionality and sense of indigenous knowledge. When students are afforded a learning environment that attempts to bridge the gap between their online interests and institutionalized learning, the unfolding result encompasses an explosion of unconventional innovation. A personal favorite assessment technique utilized within the module took the form of an academic blog, wherein students were allowed the freedom to maximize their creative inclinations, coupled with an unbounded scope of religious-related research. My initial interactions with this assessment style were laden with skepticism due to the perceived dissonance between academic writing and informality. My initial uncertainty foregrounded my natural inclination towards academic writing and enabled me to interact with content of interest in a far more introspective manner. This served to stylistically characterize the essence of my academic outputs and subsequently foreshadowed my investment in religion as an intersectional starting point. The paramount function of content is to contribute to the learning process and the acquisition of new skills, rather than just the memorization of concepts as Wright asserts. Contained within this process is the transition role of the teacher from being the sole source of knowledge to being a guide, designer, and facilitator of learning. The inclusion of a collaborative assessment element in the form of a group presentation brought into closer conversation a multiplicity of diverse opinions rooted in heterogeneous religious and cultural backgrounds. Working in teams or presenting together enabled the facilitation, understanding, and upgrading of skills for underperforming students. The interaction in and of itself created a sense of explicit knowledge through members' deliberate intra-group acknowledgements. When disability becomes a facet of group characteristics, it implicitly erodes much of the unconscious ableism and taboo which unfortunately plagues differently abled individuals. The engaged comfort of a student-centered learning environment provided for an exchange that tackled the unconscious discrimination and painted a picture that not only normalized but affirmed both my disability and my personhood as a group member. Next slide. Concludingly, my colleague and I can both attest that the student-centered and transgressive teaching approach has insightfully accentuated our academic entanglements and has provided a sense of identity awareness we are unknowingly deficient of. This approach, with its mutual collaborative elements, can best be encapsulated by the ideology of, I have learned much from my teachers, more from my companions, and even more from students, and the principles of transgressive and engaged pedagogy. We thank you for the opportunity to present on a module which has not only shaped our academic lives, but has personally inspired us to one day enter academia. We look forward to any questions and comments that you have. Thank you.
Colleagues, another very big hand of applause for the presenters. Very exciting. Thank you very much. We have time for only 3 questions. Just make it short. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it. So we will take questions, all of them first, and then we'll ask you to respond or input. Anyone? I can see one hand. All right, 3, 2, going. All right, you're the last. Okay, you start. Thank you.
Thank you for that incredible presentation. I am so humbled. I have a question about the students being involved in the setting of exams. Did I hear that correctly? I would just like to understand a little bit more of what that process was so that all of us as educators can consider also such things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for such a good presentation. I'm also humbled about the that you covered, as you suggest that there's some barriers into education, but you navigated through that. I just want to know what will be your advice to students who are like you to be motivated and committed and be proud of themselves. Thank you very much.
So can I just ask, is the second question directed at Azra or to both of them? Both of them, okay.
So I'll answer the first question about co-creating the exam question and design of the entire paper. So basically, Dr. Muslim offered us the rare opportunity. I think we received an email suggesting what our interests, what did we find, certain concepts, topics that were taught in her module, what things do we think that we should put in the exam. But we did not have the chance to see the final exam ourselves. So having that opportunity, and after getting the scope, I had a more sense of direction when I was studying in terms of planning my essays and everything. So most of my classmates relatively did well and found that very rare, because it's a very rare opportunity for you to share your inputs on certain concepts or what you think should be in the exam. Yeah, so that's your question. The second question is, I would say, don't allow pessimism to cloud your judgment, because I feel like a lot of my former classmates, they were just pessimistic, because the whole concept of religion, right, you would think is about beliefs, values, and systems, but it's more complex than that. So just attend lectures, probably in the first few weeks, get an idea. If you have pessimistic conceptions about a module from the title, that's what I noticed about students. When they register for modules, some of them are just registering because, you know, it's an elective, while for others it's a compulsory component. So I was able to air out my pessimism before registering for the module. So just communicating with the student advisors, talking with the lecturer themselves will hopefully allow you to break that barrier of pessimism and actually grab that educational journey fully.
My advice would be mostly directed towards people with disabilities. And it would be that you should always treat yourself as the biggest competition, was your biggest competition. Societal stigma and discrimination, it's always going to be prevalent, but you need to have mechanisms in place to allow you to deal with that and overcome it at the end.
Colleagues, a very big hand of applause. Thank you very much. I think we are going to move on to the next presentation, which is about From Access to Success, Student Experiences of the Science and Engineering Augmented Program at Higher Education Institutions. Over to you. Thank you. We have 15 minutes and 5 minutes for questions.
Our presentation is not on this computer. Okay. Just checking if maybe there's a folder we missed.
Mine does take.
Okay. How do we stop things? We can open our email. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nyameka Diko. I'm with Zanenhlanhla Gumbi. We are the Principal Academic Development Officers from the College of AES. And today our presentation is about from access to success. We look at the student experiences of the science and engineering augmented programs at an institution of higher education. So before we actually talk about what are ECPs, we have to actually look at the history of the South African education and where are we at this particular moment from the 1950s when the Bantu Education Act was implemented until now in 1997 where we have the White Paper 3 Act. So from there we can see that there has been segregation in education where certain demographic were discriminated against certain level of thinking, higher critical thinking. And then sometimes we actually forget this when we are dealing with students, that we're dealing with students that has had issues with their parents had issues from the 1950s when it came to education, because some of them were actually taught to even just to do work, practical work, rather than critical thinking. And the students that we have today, some of them are actually still first-generation students, some to come to university. So we've been dealing with underprepared students due to inadequate schooling. We also look at the socio-economic disparities that make it difficult for access to higher education. We still have schools in provinces such as Eastern Cape who don't have toilets as yet. So we still have a long way to go as a country, but at the end of the day, we actually try our best to actually have an impact in higher education. So what are the current state or challenges that we have in higher education today is access. Some students don't have access to university, as we see that some of them don't even know how to use a computer. Low throughput rates, according to DHET 2020, we have 30% of our students who actually finish their degrees, and high dropout rates. So those are the issues that we have currently in South Africa. So in the 1980s, we had bridging courses for some universities, and they actually were donor funded, so they didn't have a specific amount of money dedicated to those institutions to help people who actually wanted access to higher education and certain demographics. But then now, then in 2004, DHET took out money to say, yes, we are giving South African university this much to start doing extended curriculum programs. There's different various types of ECPs. So this is to address the challenges faced by students because of historical disadvantages. So it also provides an alternative academic route to prepare students. Like I said, there are differences in extended curriculum programs, but normally it's a degree or diploma. There's an extended or augmented by the addition of certain components, normally known as foundation components. And then here at UKZN, in the College of AES, we've got the Science Access Program and the Engineering Access Program. So just to tell you more about our program, the Science Access Program is normally 4 years, so it's an additional year, where in the first year and the second year, the students do augmented modules, as well as life skills, science communication courses to actually help them understand and to criticize the work, to be able to learn journal articles and so forth. And then after that, in the year 2, they still do augmented modules depending on the stream they take. Some go into M stream
such as physics. So they do physics augmented and maths augmented, and when you go to life and earth sciences, you do your chemistry and bio augmented. And then we've got engineering access program, similar. It's a 5-year program, which engineering is a 4-year program, normal engineering, and then you've got your augmented drawing and so forth. So what is data telling us? From our first paper that we were looking at impact analysis, something that I feel like we should do regularly in our extended programs, we saw that the numbers, you can compare your BSCA, which is your augmented BSc stream, with your normal BScs, because the graduation rate is almost similar. But then what was very confusing to us is that there is a number of students that drop out, get excluded, and some are still continuing. Look at 2019. Our extended program students are still continuing. They're still in the system. And in that particular reason, we had to ask ourselves, why are we still having a high exclusion rates into mainstream modules, and then also the dropout rates? What was the issue? And then to get that, we have to get the student voice. Our students need to tell us, because we from the augmented, the year 1 they do augmented, year 2 they do augmented, year 3 they're still in the augmented program, but they're doing mainstream courses. So what is it that's making them not continue? And then looking at engineering, also we're seeing them, they're still there, which means they're no longer at minimum graduation rates. They're also at N+1, N+2, N+3. So now we had to find out, what is it that why do we have high exclusion rates compared to mainstream when it comes to engineering? And then that's where student voice comes in. That's where you want to ask our students, is that, are we giving them adequate support? Are we actually seeing what exactly that they need to have? Because we thought that, I actually heard that they even have FYE now. They've got life skills, they have all the support. One-to-one, normally they can go see the lecturers, the numbers are low. But what is it that's making them not perform? I understand that some of them would have not got the access they needed to enter the ECPs. Because according to DHEAD, it could be students that got the minimum requirements to enter, but come from low quantiles, such as quantile 1 to 3. But there are various negative implications about that, such as funding, and also there are students who know very well that they don't have enough resources, but because of discrimination, they rather start on a BSc. I'm going to hand over to Zanin Tlantla.
Okay, so as my colleague has highlighted, the rationale behind this paper was just that the data or the numbers rather, look good. We are graduating these students who are underprepared. They are coming out of the system with your BSc or your BSc engineering. But looking past the good side of the data, focusing on the points that she mentioned, the exclusion and the continuing, that brought us to what our aim is for this study now. We want to evaluate the effectiveness of our access programs in science and engineering. We want to see if we are effectively preparing our students, or do they feel rather that they are being effectively prepared for mainstream courses. But we would do this by analyzing their experiences and their voices. And hopefully through this analysis, we could identify the strengths and also the areas for improvement within our program, examine how the engagement of our students evolves over time within the program, and then perhaps determine any ongoing support needs that may not be there, but the students have stated that they require. So our research questions are, how do students perceive the effectiveness of our augmented programs in preparing them for mainstream modules? How does engagement with the augmented program evolve over time? What ongoing supports do the students identify as a need for them throughout this program? To what extent does the augmented program address the students' specific academic challenges that they came in with, and also their individual circumstances as well? And then how does the perception of students' readiness for mainstream modules change throughout their time in the augmented program? So our population would be students who are currently enrolled in these science access and engineering access programs, but specifically those that have fully transitioned from doing the year 1, year 2 augmented modules to doing fully mainstream modules. It would be purposive sampling because we specifically want those that have fully transitioned to doing mainstream modules only. And we're looking at a minimum of 20 and maximum of 30 participants, where we would collect the data by doing interviews with the students using open-ended questions. And if necessary, we would then move into focus group interviews. So the theoretical frameworks that we have considered to use in this study, the first one would be the opportunity gap theory. So we opted to use this theory so as to sort of analyze the impact of our Bantu Education Act and its enduring consequences, because the theory initially posits that disparities in educational outcomes are a result of systemic inequities rather than individual or community failings. The second theory we thought of using would be Schlossberg's transition theory, because this allows us to understand how individuals cope with transitions in their life, of which within our augmented program, there is a transition that happens when our students move from doing only augmented modules to fully mainstream modules and being mixed in a class with mainstream students as well. So this is a class that now not only has quintile 1 to 3, but also your quintile 4 and 5. So apart from the different mode of teaching or maybe less support from the lecturers themselves, they're also dealing with a different cohort of students that they're not usually used to dealing with, that may be living a different reality to them. So with Schlossberg's transition theory, it uses the 4S system, where the 4 S's stand for situation, which is the person's situation at the time of the transition. Self is the personal and demographic characteristics. Support would be the type of support that they're receiving at the time. And strategies is any coping mechanisms or responses that a student may or may not have. So we also thought these two theories would be good to use because they do interconnect in a way. The opportunity gap kind of explains the situation and the self that a student finds themselves in. The transition theory helps us understand what may be happening during that period of transition from augmented to fully mainstream modules. So what we hope to achieve with the study is to basically understand how our students perceive the success of our programs in preparing them to dealing with fully mainstream modules, and also hopefully beyond undergrad into postgraduate. We also want to understand the various challenges that they encounter that may not be obvious to us as ADOs or to senior tutors or lecturers, and perhaps try and incorporate that into the support that they get. So overall, what we want to do is understand our students' voices, their perceptions and their experiences, and use those to sort of improve our augmented program, for it to be a holistic program that not only is just to get them out of the system with a degree, but to holistically prepare them for a smooth transition from this augmented to mainstream modules, but also to effectively prepare them for life beyond university, because the transitions will always be there. So it is important for us as academic advisors to understand how they deal with the transitions, and for us to be able to support them adequately through that. Thank you for listening.
Another big hand, colleagues. All right, thank you so much for your presentation. And now I think it's time for comments, questions. We have a few minutes. Okay. Anyone else? I'm having same hands. All right, let's give it a go.
Thank you for your presentation. I thought perhaps when you're doing your student feedback and your questions, perhaps in one of those questions, consider asking the students, because when looking at the stats, even with this extra programming, there's still, retention is not always 100%. And what coming from two different university systems, both in the US and having my degree here as well. Ask the students this question and see what kind of feedback you get, maybe consider. Is one of the reasons you dropped out because you realized that's not what you wanted to do? Because the way universities are structured here, even actually high school, from the age of 16, you have to kind of decide. Whereas in the States, the first year of university, sometimes up to the first 2 years, you don't even have to choose your degree yet. You have 2 years of general education where you're getting to try all sorts of different things, get different skills, get extra support and learning methods, and then you choose your degree. So I would be very curious if that question could be perhaps integrated in what you're trying to figure out, because this is a huge problem that is not just with students who've come from under-resourced schools. A lot of students realize halfway through the degree, I actually don't want to do this. So where does that play in as well? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your comments. I think we do have a question similar. I think maybe because we're not really focusing on the dropouts, because according to II, those could even be students who went to other courses, maybe, and then II just picks them up as a dropout. But we do have a question where we ask them if they were aware of what they wanted to study coming into high school. Were they aware of the augmented program, or did they just accept the offer because it was the only offer that they've gotten? Because we've also noticed as ADOs that plays a big role in their own self-motivation, because they're basically studying towards something that they didn't even know that they wanted to do. They're just doing it because it's the only way for them to be in university. So thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you, colleagues. I can see doing purposive sampling and qualitative method in collecting data, but I just wanted to know, with the sample size of 20 students, do you think you'll be able to generalize using the 20 students? And number two, this augmented program is very important, not for only students who are here at the university. Our stats in South Africa shows that we have got less engineers in terms of the people from the disadvantaged background, now that you are focusing on Bantu education. And I see a synergy in the presentation that was presented by colleagues on segregation, and my other colleague on spiritual sense and what do you call it, self-leadership, encouraging self-leadership. So I just want to know, have you thought about going outside, maybe to schools where people are doing matric? Because I'm worried there is so-called maths literacy, which I don't understand what it means nowadays. Can that maths literacy take these people to engineering, where there is a gap in the whole country? So have you thought of maybe also taking the augmented program and marketing it outside of the university to schools? Thank you.
Regarding to the surveys, because we get mentorship from people from the social sciences, because we are scientists doing PhD in science. So we used to working with large sets of data, but also you will have to interpret the data and so forth. So we were told that start at a number and then you increase with a group session until you reach your data saturation. For now, we'll start with 20, analyze the data, and if it's not enough, we'll increase. And then the second question was an entitled answer, because she works with matric students as well.
Yeah, so throughout our reading of literature, we did notice that there is a big problem with engineering, or basically STEM, where you find that our demographic doesn't really fill up those numbers. So within our college, we have the matric helpline, where we go out to schools from disadvantaged backgrounds. We assist with extra maths lessons, extra physical science, extra life sciences, in an attempt to sort of bridge that gap of underpreparedness, in a sense. We also have the CASI Ambassador Program. CASI is the center that our augmented programs falls under. So we do market that program. We take good performing students from our augmented programs and they go out to schools in their neighborhood or even beyond and market the program as well. We've also currently been given a mandate to go as far as to even primary school level and encourage the study of mathematics and physical science, because it really is a big problem. All of our students opt to do maths lit, which won't let them enter spaces of STEM. So those are the two things that we're currently doing as a college. And the third, which is still in planning, is for us to go as low as even primary, grade 7, before they make the choice to go into high school, and encourage doing maths and physical sciences and show them the benefits of doing that. And then we'll reach out again in grade 9 where, you know, we're still there encouraging, sort of trying to lead them into selecting your pure science modules. And then we have our matric helpline, which helps them break through and be able to meet the minimum requirements to study those degrees. And then Cassie Ambassador will do the marketing. So that's the current plan we have.
All right, colleagues, I'm told that they are still setting up with the afternoon tea, meaning that we have 2 minutes. I've got one last question, and I'm being promised that it's going to be short. Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely presentation. I just want to ask, or rather add in terms of your sample. You're using 20 to 30 participants, from which, I don't know if I missed it, from which level? Because you said in terms of the augmented course, they are doing 5 years. Are you taking from first years to?
So it would be students that have done the year 1 of fully augmented modules. They did the year 2 where they mixed augmented modules plus those core modules that are required for the stream that they take. And then year 3 is now when they're fully doing mainstream modules. So for example, if maybe you were doing a Bachelor of Science augmented, you do year 1, you do year 2, you decide that you want to come out with a major in biochemistry and chemistry. So we are taking those year 3s that have decided the course or the majors they want to select, and they're fully doing mainstream modules. None of those modules have an augmented component to them. So those are the ones that we, you know, purposely sampling for, because we want to see, based on their opinions, do they feel that our program assisted them in transitioning easily? Because when they're still in augmented and they're still doing the augmented modules, it's just them in the class. It's a similar group of students from similar backgrounds. It's much easier for them to cope. The support is there. The classes are smaller. The lecturers are more, you know, in tune to, there's a student missing, what's wrong? They follow up with them and things. So by transitioning to mainstream, we want to see if, according to their opinion, did our program assist them to be able to cope well in the bigger classes with different types of students as well.
All right, thank you very much. A very big hand of applause for the presenters. Well done. All right, well done to 2 groups that presented. We have 10 minutes for the afternoon tea, and after that, we'll just come back here for closing, for lucky draw, for quiz, for awards of the best presentation. So much is happening. Please come back.
working. Everybody, please take your seats. Can we all get you in as soon as possible? This is the fun part. And before we lose you to your trip home, I want to keep you just a little longer. We want to network and celebrate and enjoy each other's company for just a little longer. So if you can please be more patient with us and just take your seats. I'm now going to hand over to Dr. William Danso, who's the researcher in my office. And he is the guy that you're going to love because he's responsible for calling out all the prize winners at the colloquium. So over to you, Dr. Danso. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thanks once more for your patience. We started early in the morning, and we are very grateful that you are still with us. This is the last leg. We're going to start with the lucky draw. We've got 2 prizes to give away. Thank you. And this is how it works. If you are called and you are not here, you forfeit your prize, and we will keep on picking until we find the 2 winners. Okay, I'm going to ask our program director to come and help us pick with her eyes tightly closed so that...
But if she picks herself, she's disqualified, right?
Pardon?
She picks herself.
Yes. Okay. No, we can read, it's fine. Just big shake. Shake it. Yeah.
Is that enough?
Yeah.
How many, 1 or 2?
1 for now. Okay. The first winner is Ntutuko Matenjwa. Is Ntutuko here? Aren't you lucky? Congratulations, Ntutuko. Okay. We shake and pick again. Thank you, Program Director. Our second winner is, I'm going to behave like an idol's judge now. Create suspense. Zintle Magele. Congrats to our 2 winners, and thank you to all those who took part in the lucky draw. Even though you did not win any prize, you are all winners. Thank you very much. Okay. The next person that I'm calling up to receive the award is the Director of Programs, Professor Samkelisiwe Kumalo. Thank you very much, Siabonga. The next set of people to receive the thank you presents are the Abstract Review Committee members. To get such a colloquium together, it takes a lot of work, So we would like to say thank you to them for taking time off their very busy schedules to review our abstracts so that we would get the best abstracts for this colloquium. The first is Dr. Jacek Brozowski. See here. Thank you. The next is Prof. Federico Settler. I don't think he's here. I haven't seen him. Is he here? No. We'll put it aside for him. The next is Dr. Butle Donda. Is she here? No, she. Okay, that's fine. Put it aside for her. The next is Dr. Urisha Naidu. She just left. Okay, the next is Professor Anna Bengasai. She's also left. Okay. Yeah. The next is Dr. Clydinia Stevens. And the next is Dr. Vashanti Padiochi. Is she here? Not here, okay. Right. So we move on to our next set of. Oh, yeah, his name is here. I think I jumped it. And Dr. Godfrey Marmur. Thank you. Okay. We also had. We also had judges at all the concurrent venues, but they were mixed among the crowd like secret agents. So, so we would like to say thank you to them as well. The first is Dr. Miranda Young. Dr. Pamela Pillay. Thank you. The next is Mr. Ashwin Manival. The next is Dr. Clydinia Stevens. Dr. Urisha Naidu. Is she here? She isn't. The next is Dr. Ntabeni Jere, who was also the chair of the judges. Okay. The next is Dr. Godfrey Marmuri. Next is Dr. Sianda Keswa. And the next is Prof. Jaya Lakshmi Naidu. Thank you. Okay. Now I move to the session chairs. Okay, the first on the list is Professor Samkelisiwe Kumalu. Next is Professor Janet Mutuki. Next is Dr. Boitumelo Sipamo. You're welcome. Next is Dr. Rueda Petros. Next is Prof. Mandla Masuku, who could not join us today, but we will keep his present for him. And then Dr. Jacek Brozowski. I would now call on Dr. Jere, the chair of the judges, to come and give us the 6 best presentations. Do you want to take that?
Okay. So thank you very much, colleagues. Our vote, according to the 3 sessions, and the first time block starting from 12 and it finished at 1 o'clock. The first session, the winner for the first session is the abstract titled Student Voices as Producers of New Insights and Knowledge in the Trans-Garip Inter-Institutional Student Leadership Program by Mgolobane. For the concurrent session 2, the abstract titled FYS, Practitioners' Use of Student Voice as a Contributor to the Implementation of the FYS Program at Nelson Mandela University by Mokwana and Mdia. The winners for concurrent session 3 is the abstract titled Leveraging Student, no, excuse me, I beg your pardon. The winner for session 3 is the abstract titled Foregrounding Student Voices in Evaluating Academic Advice for Postgraduate Students at the College of Humanities University of KwaZulu-Natal, by Goto and Gombi. For the session that started after lunch, that's from 2 and ended at 3 o'clock. For concurrent session 4, the winners are the authors of the abstract, Empowering Student Voices, Transgressive Pedagogies in Higher Education by Muslim and Nwodo. Absolutely. Yes. For concurrent session 5, the winners are the authors of the abstract, Student Voice in the Evaluation of the Support Interventions in the Writing Place in the College of Humanities by Ndlovu and Duzana. And last but not the least, concurrent session 6, the winners are the authors of the abstract, Student Voice in Evaluating the Academic Development Office's Curriculum Advising Services in the College of Humanities, authored by Sibanda and Vundla.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jere, for adjudicating the various presentations and selecting the 6 winners. But in the same way that I mentioned when we did the lucky draw, all presenters are winners, so whether you want a prize or not. Can we give one round of applause to all presenters? Okay, at this stage, I'm going to call Dr. Rama to come to the podium and give the vote of thanks. We're almost at the end of the show.
Thank you so much. I had Prof. Sid to point out that we didn't give somebody an award for chairing. So Dr. Rama, if you can please get an award for chairing. Thank you so much. So for Dr. William Danso for standing in and cheering on behalf of Prof. Mandla Masuku. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We're almost at the end. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. In order for us to put together a colloquium like this. There are a lot of people working in the background, quietly, busy, later evenings, and putting things together. So I'd like to start by thanking firstly our Vice Chancellor, Professor Nana Poku, our Deputy Vice Chancellor of Teaching and Learning, Professor Thabo Msibi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the College of Humanities, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, our Conference Chair and Dean of Teaching and Learning in the College of Humanities, Professor Ruth Hoskins. I also want to deeply thank and appreciate our keynote speakers, Prof. Sid Nair and John Gardner, for the time that they spent with us, the insights that they have provided to all of us. I also then like to thank the Master of Ceremony and Program Director, Professor Samukeliswe Khumalo. Sorry, Samu, for getting your name incorrect. And then move to the session chairs. Professor Samukeliswe Khumalo, Professor Janet Mathuki, Dr. Boitumelo Sipamore, Dr. Rueda Petrus, Professor Mandla Masuku, Dr. Jacek Brozowski. I also want to then move on to thank the Abstract Review Committee. I want to especially thank them. I know there were many abstracts that we went through. I want to thank them for their sincere and insightful and very developmental comments that they provided to all our for the abstracts, including for abstracts that we did not submit. We did submit their comments so that that could help people in terms of looking at their work. And these included Dr. Jacek Brozowski, Professor Frederico Settler, Dr. Bush Lodondo, Dr. Eurisha Naidu, Professor Anna Bengasai, Dr. Claudinia Stevens, Dr. Godfrey Marumure, Dr. Vasanthi Padiachi. To our committee of judges, Dr. Miranda Young, Dr. Pamela Pillay, Mr. Ashwin Manival, Dr. Claudinia Stevens, Dr. Eurisha Naidu, Dr. Intabeni Jere, Dr. Godfrey Marumure, Dr. Sianda Keswa, Professor Jayalakshmi Naidu. Also, I think we should give a round of applause again to Usasa Letu Ensemble. This morning, they really brought with them the fire, the power, the insight. So I'd like to thank that team and Dr. Patricia Opondo, who oversees their work. I'd also like to extend our deep thanks to the Deans of Teaching and Learning in the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, that's Professor Naveen Chetty, in the College of Law and Management Studies, Professor Bruce Rhodes, and in the College of Health Sciences, Professor Sinegugu Duma. I also would like to thank my counterparts, the heads and directors of the AMS in Teaching and Learning, Dr. Dondo Mbushe, Dr. Saloshni Pillay, Dr. Bobby Varghese, and Professor Anna Bengasai. But this conference would also not be here if it wasn't for all the AMS staff in all 4 of our colleges. Then I want to thank the people that make us really good in terms of all the publications and the brochures that you see, the pictures, the videos, our media and corporate relations team. I want to thank Ms. Rashika Sibran, Mr. Albert Hirasen, Mr. Ruben Murugan, and Sanyolo Mahlasela, Mr. Lungelo Ngobu, and Mr. Mvelo Zimu, who've done these beautiful brochures as well as the tags and all the images on all the beautiful items that we have shared. Included in that list is Vanji Lewis, Lindagushle Zungu, Blessing Twala, Bongani Ndamande, Kwanele Mchali. I think I got that For our web page, I know he's not here, but we want to thank Mr. Abdul Baki Badru and Ms. Nawabisa Ndlovu for maintaining the web page and also taking our numerous requests with grace. Our technical crew, please excuse me if I've left anyone's name out, Mr. Kurt Kunang, Mr. Muhammad Sheikh, Ms. Mpume Kumalo, Mr. Salvan Pillay, Mr. Sandragasan Modali. I want to now also thank our College of Humanities, College Dean of Teaching and Learning Administrators, these lovely ladies that were wearing the white and the beautiful sheshwe scarves or the white caps. Ms. Nonjabulo Chabalala, Ms. Janelle Abraham, Mr. Siyabonga Shamase, Ms. Bernie Smith, Ms. Spindile Shandu, Ms. Mbali Butalezi, and Ms. Tandi Ndlovu. Our college team, I want to thank Dr. William Danso, our researcher, to our 12 undergraduate ADOs and 3 postgraduate ADOs, to our 4 FYE coordinators and all our FYE mentors, our 2 wellness coordinators and our wellness mentors, our writing place coordinator and all our writing place tutors, our BSS4 coordinators, the 2 of them, as well as the counselors and the numerous tutors and lecturers in that program. The service providers where service providers were JVC, Harun, Woza Moya, and Vector. These beautiful booklets that we have were printed by Mandla Ndlovu and his team, including Wonderboy Makaya. I also want to then thank the transport. We had 3 buses that came in, Sanesh Nuratham and Yes Please, and the drivers that they sent to transport people safely to and back. The Unite building, to thank Mary David, the security, as well as the cleaning staff and any other support staff that made the venues presentable for us today. I also want to then thank Sakile Shezi, Andiswe Mtukulu, Tolani Nkwanyana, and Akona Mwabe, who I just snatched at the last minute and asked them to help out Siyabonga. So thank you very much, colleagues. Sorry, I'm just checking if I didn't leave out anyone. And then to the catering, Magic Pan, to Lehandra and her team. I also want to thank Furuzi Ngwamba and the others who, sorry, I may not have everyone's name, but for your efforts for the social media and going onto the online platforms, posting interesting things for the day and encouraging people to participate. And last but not least, I want to thank all the presenters. Without your papers, the insights that you have provided us into the important work that you do, this conference or this colloquium would never have happened. So we thank you for not just those that got the opportunity to present today, but also for the overwhelming response that we received. And it was quite difficult to whittle it down to the number we presented. We had papers from, I think, about 6 of our external universities. So it wasn't just internally, there were lots of people from outside that also came on board. And then to our participants, yourselves, and not just to the participants in the room, but also all our online participants, thank you for contributing to making this day successful, but also to showcasing the importance of the support that students need in terms of their retention, their success, and building their sense of belonging at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, but also at our other higher education institutions in South Africa. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so this is the last speech you're going to be getting. Yeah. Sure. So just a few housekeeping issues, and we need your voice on how we've done today and where we can improve. And the next hosting is going to be the College of Law and Management, and I've got my counterpart, maybe he needs to stand up, Prof. Bruce Rose. Let's give him a round of applause. And he's got one of his senior staff next door to him. And there's other, Prof. Jade is doing a move to AES, he's no longer with them. So, Dr. Jade, I'm preempting there. And so we want your voice on where we can improve. So on your name tag, you will see that we've put there for you the program, okay, which you want to go back and refer to. Of that program, we've loaded the biographical details of all our presenters. So if you want to continue networking with anybody, right, we have their details there. So sorry, Prof, if you start getting emails from people at UKZN and South African institutions, you know what it is. And then we also put our website, all right? And on the website, we will be posting all the presentations, right? And any support documentation that goes with the colloquium, we will put there for you, including the video from Prof. Gardner, all right? And then finally, your voice in improving this AMS colloquium. We've put the QR code there for the evaluation, all right? So please, we encourage you that when you leave here, you do not forget to give us your voice and your take and your opinion and your view on things. So I encourage you to please complete the evaluation, all right? Never before have we had a colloquium with such fantastic participation and attendance. So we, in total, in terms of attendees, we had 189 of you here today. That is fantastic. And I think Dr. Ramo echoes my sentiments when she thanked all the delegates from across all 4 AMS programs, all right? From Prof. Rhodes's office, Prof. Chetty, Prof. Duma, everybody turned out. It wasn't just about the blue team, it was about UKZN. So I think you must all give yourselves a round of applause for that. Thank you, everybody. So we had 189 in contact attendance, but 121 online participants. And that is amazing. And we had participation beyond UKZN. We had participation from other higher education institutions, people who are heading up Heltasa, Siophumelela, all the local higher education networks were on, and they were listening to your voice on how we contribute to student success by supporting them through our AMS interventions. So Furuzi will tell you that his fingers are now numb with keeping up. Senya will tell you her fingers are also numb because she did the Facebook page, all right, and updated that. And literally they had no time to go to the toilet. So sorry about that, Furuzi. But I want to say thank you. So thank you to everybody, all the South African institutions that participated. It shows you how important supporting student success is. To our 2 keynotes, they were absolutely brilliant. Honestly, right? The words of wisdom were practical words of wisdom. They were not theoretical, philosophical speeches. They were, this is what we need to do. We need to get our hands, right, dirty. We need to get in there, and these are the practical examples of what turns things around if we're going to be looking at data and improving our interventions. So Prof. Sid and Prof. John Gardner, thank you so much for that. We didn't brief you. We didn't tell you what you should say, how you should say it. We just gave you, yes, a theme, and you got on with it. So thank you so much for empowering, capacitating, and upskilling us as practitioners and as scholars in this area of student voice and the FYE and ultimately student success. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. And then finally, I know Prof. Rhodes has got now, he's the, what color are you, Prof? Your college? Yellow? Orange, orange. So orange team, you got big boots to fill, okay? Because you did see what the blue train has done, right? Okay, no pressure, right? But if you need any support, we are here, all right? Because it really is a UKZN initiative. So thank you, everybody. All I can say to you is go out and implement the practical advice. Use it. You heard Prof. Gardner say, how can I make a difference in the lives of others? How am I influencing people in terms of their success? So every single one of you is valuable. You don't realize it. You don't realize how important, just important. And it doesn't matter what you do. Whether you're a non-Jabulo running around all over in the background, you're part of that team that leads to student success. Whether you're behind that camera, right? Whether you're cleaning those toilets during that colloquium, you are part of student success. So thank you, everybody. Go out and make a difference. Thank you.